Hopefully we don't have any, you hear how high my voice got there? Hopefully we don't have any, problems with streaming and recording from here. I really gotta move my stream PC back in here. It is nice not having to worry about that sound delay that we hopefully don't have. I don't know. I could never figure out what that problem was. I always suspected it might be like a CPU or GPU issue on that streaming computer, even though it really shouldn't be. Like I have an old 6700K, like an i7. The CPU in the streaming computer is better. It's like 15% better. The GPU was a GTX 970, so it is, you know, very old, but who the hell has money to buy a new GPU? Thankfully, I am not in need of RAM. But I am using that stream PC at home for my wife, so I might, I'm probably going to bring that back and then use my old 6700K to build something for her. Hope that the RAM and everything is still fine in that. I was looking at prices of RAM, I think last weekend or something. I bought my, this is a bit of a brag. Let me see if I can pull up prices that I paid for RAM back when I bought it. My DDR5. We'll let that mix in. Gmail. I don't have to sign up for Gmail. Just made a Gmail. Okay. DDR5. I think I bought 2 sets because I bought some DDR5 to build my work PC, and then I bought them for my stream PC too, because, you know, it's not like it was more expensive at the time than DDR4. Is there any revealing information here? No, I think we're okay. I'm okay to show this. This is how much it cost for 64 gigabytes of DDR5 back when I bought it. I think this was in 2025 or 2024. I don't know. 2023. 1.3 thousand zloty for $347 for 64 gigabytes of RAM. How times change. So I'm just hoping like none of my sticks fail, but you know, I think that in either my home PC or my work PC, if one stick fails, which it will suck, right, because it's a 32 gigabyte stick, I should be able to scrape by. If both sticks fail, though, I am fucked. So we're gonna hope that that's not the case. But today, we're going to be working on one of the systems that I am actually working on. You know, it's in progress, and I've been a bit like trapped with it. It's been a bit difficult to make it work. It's called Gameplay CLI. It's a plugin that I'm going to be making for a game version of a command line interface. So something that the player will be able to type in game and have it parse commands, but also maneuver between, you know, drives, just like you have with an actual command line. You can, you know, cd, c users, go fuck yourself, / documents. So it's gonna be like that, but in game, and also you'll be able to like run some programs, and you know, we can tie those to objects that run when that hits. That way we can like do some logic behind it, read text documents via the command line. And it's gonna be split into 2 parts, right? So we have like the drive maneuvering part of it, which is kind of like the top level, and then the bottom level, which is connected devices. So you have an interface, right? So let's say like a port, a computer that you're hooking into opens up the command line, and the interface has an attached drive, or, you know, set of drives, and also connected devices. And so we need to develop both of these separately. And I think we're going to start with the like maneuvering between drives, because I have set up the data for that already. And I like how it works, but I need to then set up the maneuvering, the navigation. Network interface, actor program. This is the interface. There's gonna be a lot of like broken and half-assed stuff at the moment because it's very much a work in progress. These are the drives. So the cool thing is with the drives, I'll make a new row and I'll show you how it kind of functions here. You have like a drive contents, and if we think about like drive contents in the sense that like you have your computer, right? You have your C, your D, your E drive. So we create a drive full of folders, right? So if we open up our C drive, we have folders. How you doing, Gwendolyn? Happy Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday. So what we can do is we can type in folder, and I have a structure for folder. So we select that this is our folder, and our folder name is, I don't know, let's just say, you know, documents, right? And the folder contents can then be either more folders or files, depends. So we can nest folders, or we can put in a file. I wish it filtered. I think you can do filtering in C++ when you make a structure, but I can't do that here, sadly. And then we have a file structure, and then we can put in the file name and the file type. And I believe with file type we do, yeah, like file type text. I removed it temporarily because I don't have it on my current computer. I'm not streaming from my stream PC, but from my work PC. I need to move that here, but my wife is currently using the stream PC because we bought her a tablet instead of a laptop because it was cheaper. But the tablet can't play Sims 1, so she has to use the Steam Link Android app to play Sims 1 via the PC. You know how it is. Girls with their Sims, okay? They have to be able to play Sims. So this is what we can do. We can nest folders and files into these drives through instance structures. So this is the way that it works. And, you know, we're going to be able to navigate this via the command line interface in a way that we have, you know, like drive, right? And then folder, 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 and let's just give some examples here, like folder, file, file. So of course, whenever we open up an interface, and we can reuse this too for like a visual version of this, but also this will just be the command line version of this right now, but the navigation should be the same just because we're changing what gets shown. We kind of need to know which part of this the player is in at any time. And when they open up the interface, they're obviously going to be here. And then when they use the CD command, just like you would do navigating in your CMD on Windows, we need to plop the player into whichever folder that they go into, and then show them these contents, right? And we need to know, can the player actually go into something? Is it empty? Can the player go back? Because of course, if they're back here on like the first layer, we can't go back. So it's a bit of, we're going to be playing some data games, and I don't think it's going to be particularly challenging, but probably just require a lot of like little baby steps, test to see if it works, keep going forward and forward and forward, and I can't really just, you know, get it all done in one fell swoop. What's up, Mav? You watching a computer course for elderly? Yes. Also yes. How you doing, Rex? Start playing Guild 2 again? I guess it's kind of like The Sims. I really, really respect The Sims, especially like 1, 2, and 3. But I don't really like playing The Sims. I fucking hate playing The Sims because I don't play it the way that you're supposed to play it. Like, if you ever watch a girl play The Sims, they understand The Sims. Women were built for The Sims. Something in their DNA just, they load up The Sims or even like some 4X game and women just instantly go into esports mode. But when I play The Sims, I play myself. And it's really fucking boring because it's like, oh, what career path are you gonna choose? Oh, game developer, wow. Who's your wife gonna be? Oh, it's your wife in real life? Oh, wow. It's like, I can just live my life. I don't have to play The Sims. But women just create these like insane families with like Game of Thrones level family trees, and they just roleplay it so beautifully. I really respect it, but I can't play it like that myself. You only play The Sims to find a way to unalive them in various ways and get rich. It is funny to see. So I really like The Sims, but I don't play it. I don't find it interesting to play. But I do talk about the design of Sims a lot when I'm like talking about game design, because I think it's such a unique game that I think has influenced lots of other like story generator games like RimWorld, and I think Dwarf Fortress 2 has that level of it was there. It's an OG. It is about storytelling. It's a story gen. I think that the creator of RimWorld, I always forget his name. He described RimWorld as a story generator, and I think that that's a really, really great game design term to use for that genre of games. Do we have an interface? I think I did make an interface. Network terminal interface. Yeah, and that's using my test interface. And then we have connected devices, but we're not going to worry about those right now. My only thing is that the drives is not really the right configuration to use here. I think there's an there's the network interface. We want to use this because then we have the mapped drives. And then the drive letters. I actually kind of fucked up with developing that. Network interfaces, interface test. Oops, that's the base class, never mind. We can do that. Okay, where do we put the CD command? Like there's a lot of like base commands that every interface should have. So it isn't a connected device. We have two separate aspects to this, which is that an interface is a set of drives and then separately a set of connected devices. And this is a data table row handle, and then this is a array of soft actor refs. But do we store like navigational or core commands? You know, if you open up like CMD, right? And we just do a quick help. These are like core commands that are part of CMD. Do we want to store those in the interface component? Or because we route everything through a subsystem anyway, do we store them in the subsystem? That I don't know. I guess if we were to store them in the interface, then we could specify different base commands for interfaces. Just make it global. I mean that I think that who hasn't done that when they were starting out doing game dev? It's like, I don't know how to get two things to talk to each other, so I'm just gonna put this all into, I don't know, like the level blueprint. Or my actor blueprint is going to have the door and the button, because then I know that I can make the button and the door communicate with each other. And honestly, it does work. It does. It's not like you can't make a game like that. Balatro is just nested if statements. I mean, yeah, and getting the game instance is a really good thing. Like, I use the game instance all the time. It's always there, like you said. I really like using the game instance for, like, cross-world stuff. So if you, like, change levels, it's a really good place to store some information. My most recent discovery, and I know this isn't that exciting to many of you because you're probably a lot better at programming. My most recent discovery has been instance structures, and I love them. I love instance structures. They were a little bit of a mind fuck, but then once I figured out how to use them, I'm like, oh my god, I can just send data as an instance structure to anything. And of course, you know, you have to know what you're receiving or sending, but it's a lot better than like hard coding in a specific structure and then. It's great. I fucking love instance structures. I've learned so many things through Redlock that I never did in Colon Chronicles. Like Colon Chronicles, I learned a lot, but Redlock, having to make plugins, it's a lot more difficult to make a plugin. I know that now. You know, making something that is decoupled and modular, you know, has like generic communication. But knowing how to do that has, I think, made me a infinitely better blueprint programmer. MVVMs too. I like MVVMs completely changed the way that I work with UI. It unwired 10 years of, you know, Unreal Engine 4 and early Unreal Engine 5 mindset. But now being on the common UI plus MVVM pathway, it's been way better. Use them for your items because a weapon needs different data than some potion. Yeah, I'm starting to love instance structures. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I actually, I developed a method of, you know, payload sending with my interaction system using instance structures. So we have like different channels that every interactable can send data on, 1 through 10, and then certain interaction input types like, you know, canceled, started, completed, can wire into one of those channels, and then we can do a payload gather optional and then send that to a, you know, another receiver item. So we have, I've made actor to actor, you know, instance structure payload and simple pinging, you know, through all that. So it's pretty cool. I'm really proud of my interaction system. I've had to rewrite it like 4 times and like fix certain things multiple times. It's been a constant work in progress, but it's so fucking powerful. MVVM comes natural for everyone who has ever made UI or .NET or Java. That's definitely not me then. Okay, what was I doing? Drives, okay. Network interfaces. So yeah, we're gonna store it in the interface, but we'll have like base. I will put in the base interface because I think I did make this abstract. I did not. Well, this doesn't need to be abstract. We just need to fill it out. That's another thing too I learned pretty recently is an abstract class. I do like it. I think it's good for... I mean, if you know what your classes you've made, it's not that important, but I think it is important for people who haven't worked with it to know, to be warned they shouldn't be using this, this base class. Well, I was downloading Stalker 2 in preparation for the DLC. I got that ready. 143 gigabytes. These would be like base commands. I know I did make like a command structure, but I don't know if I like it. Or maybe not. Seeing this is work in progress. Base commands need to be an array, of course. Of what data? Probably a set of invocations. Then we have, I kind of set it up here, and it is working. I'm not sure I like the way that this works with the actor command. But invocations, viable arguments, requires argument. I'm not going to worry about returns yet. So that'll be like if you type in something wrong. But we do need to like test if the command that's being entered is viable, and then have those returns on certain failure types. The only thing is, I think that arguments need to be some custom structure. Maybe? Yeah, priority too. Priority could be useful. I'm thinking we just do like a structure for that. I did make one to test it out, and I put it on these lights. I want to keep it simple, right? I want to keep it simple because my main problem with command line interface in like an operating system level is that every program seems to have its own way of like interacting with it, and there isn't a lot of consistency between programs, and I think that friction is kind of fun if you're a bit fucked up in the brain, like people who work with computers like us usually are. But for the average player, you know, I think if we're gamifying a command line interface, I think that friction kind of crosses the line for me, and I'd like to have some semblance of I just used the word and I already forgot the word that I want to use here. Consistency, that's the word. So I want to have some level of consistency with how you invoke a program and how you structure arguments. I'm here for like the program power, because I want to try to isolate programs into as small of a footprint as possible. I don't want there to be a program for lights. I want to break, you know, what can you do with a powerable light from a command line interface, and then break those up into separate components and pieces. And in this case, this one is like power, because then I can reuse that in other things. You know, I'm tying the program power to the power component, the receiver, and every receiver can be turned on or off. So, you know, that's what I want to try to do here, and in that way I can just reuse the component in anything with the power receiver, right? It just means that it does kind of make things a bit more complicated for me. And I think that for like very simple, you know, we invoke the device. So, you know, our invocation for like a light would be, first we query on the interface what are the connected devices, and then we say, okay, it's, you know, there's powerable light 01 is the name of the device, and then we can invoke power or power as the program, and then we can do, you know, toggle or on or off. Though I think we need to think about how we're structuring that, and, you know, what do we do if there's a, you know, if there's a number after this, because then this is technically an argument to the program of power. And I feel like I'm mixing up something here, and I feel like I'm fucking up in some way. But the interface, you know, is gonna the interface opens up the widget, and then in the widget, the editable text box, right, that the player actually types in. We send whatever the player types to the subsystem, which is always there living, and then the subsystem parses and routes. So the subsystem is really going to be kind of like the powerhouse here, where that does all the parsing and routing to whatever active devices or, you know, base commands we have available to us, like these base commands, right? There should be an argument for power. The way I want to break it up, and this is not saying that you're right or wrong, but the way that I'm thinking about it is that the interface opens up command prompt, and we separate like the data drives, right? You know, if I were to open up the command from here, I am on my desktop, right? And so when you interact with an interface, you'll be in kind of like the root of your computer. And let's just pretend that we're back up to like the main set of drives, right? Like the root. And interacting with devices is like separate, so I can list the devices that are connected to it, and I can specify a device context and then run things from the device context. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it, but it's a way I'm thinking of separating the data from the devices. You're up again in the mod. What's up, Claremont? Navigate to Light 01 and then you run power on it. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do with devices yet. I want to focus mainly on like the navigation, right? So we do the the CD on like our desktop, and then we navigate. We can open up like text documents, run little programs that are in the data side of things. How we interact with devices, I'm not sure. Like, do you enter the device, and then you can run programs from that, or do you invoke the device and then specify the program and commands you want to run with that? I'm not sure yet. I want to kind of just focus on the data first, because I have that, I think, in a pretty good way here, where we have the drives, the row handle, and theoretically that should be pretty easy just to be like, where are we within this map? The gameplay CLI is a gamified command line interface that the player can use to interact with data that are on like computers, and also run and operate connected devices to the interface. So if you think like the security computer in Redlock might have access to a lot of like security-based devices and subsystems, but it's not going to have access to Jim Bob's computer. Jim Bob's computer has access to Jim Bob's computer, and maybe like, I don't know, his alarm clock or something, right? Like whatever he has connected to his computer. But he has, we have access to his data on his computer, and that's separate. So interfaces, think of them like, the computer that you're hacking into or connecting into, and then the devices that are connected to that specific computer, or to, if it's connected to the network, some of the subsystems, and then the data that's individual per interface, per computer. I thought it would be a lot easier to like make when I was jumping into it, but it's proven to be actually like the longest, most complex thing that I've made. I don't know why. But I think it's because I'm jumping between mindsets, and I don't really know which architecture I want to hone in on, because every time I try to go into one architecture, it doesn't seem like the right one. So I back out, try something else, and I just I'm like stuck in this analysis paralysis. Command invocations. Hold on, there's a website that's really good about this. Very simple website, and it just kind of gives me a I like seeing this, because I can like break it down into like elements, right? So the program has invocations, right? There's sometimes multiple ways to invoke a program. Then the command options and arguments. I'm trying to like cut one of these, but I don't know if I should. Main function gets an array of all arguments that are then parsed by each command individually. Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm going to require certain, you know, what happens if we have two powerable lights, right? We need to be able to specify the light because they both have the power command. So we do need to either enter a device or require a specification of device. But then there's like the base commands that exist on the interface itself, like cd, you know, list, some query stuff. I don't know. That's always there. That's living, and that can be done in any folder, regardless. I think my issue is not with how do I want to gather that or how do I want to require the player to interact with that, but actually what comes after that, right? Do we want options and arguments? How can I set up the data to require that? Sometimes you can forego the command, but then it's like, what does that look like from like the data perspective? Is there any time in the game that we see like a program? I don't know. I didn't finish that sentence, so that don't answer that because I didn't finish that sentence. I like what we've done with the actor components, where we have the invocation like power. We do require an argument, and I think for the power component, it's very easy. On-off toggle. That's about all you can do with it, and I think that for this level of simplicity, like this works. But at the point where we want to specify something within that argument, like let's say you could change the amount of, I don't know, like the light's brightness, right? I mean, that would be a separate program, though. It wouldn't be power, it would be brightness, and then set, but then that argument would have to have... Or not that argument, but that command would have to have an argument. So I feel like I think I'm missing a piece of the puzzle here. Which is that option. That required option. And these aren't arguments, these are commands. But commands can't just be string. Well, they can be just strings for the purposes of like the power component. They can't be, if we have options to those commands, so we need to make a structure for a command. And a command will have invocations to it too. I'll just, you know, fill it back into what it was before for the sake of keeping it updated. It is also just a program. It takes, it is a program. But I don't want to show that program in the same way that, you know, if you open up System32, you can see all those programs. I kind of want it to be hidden. I'm trying to just gamify it. I know. I don't know how deep I want to go either, because I'm trying to design my own command line interface, but the only references I have are command line interfaces that don't work in the way that I want them to work in the game. So I feel like I'm just operating completely blind here, and I don't know. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of trial and error. We're just going to have to get through it, you know, one little piece at a time, baby steps, rubber ducking it, seeing how it feels to like type it in, if it feels right, if it feels like it works. It's going to be tough. But after this, you know, we get this done, I think that it's smooth sailing to just implement these commands and programs into other systems. And the good news is, you know, if we work on like a program for power, that can be hard-coded into our game. That is not part of the plugin. It's just built off of that base plugin class. So we can do whatever the fuck we want. We don't need to care about being generic here. We can specifically make it just work. And that'll be much smoother sailing, I think, than working on this like foundational architecture. What's up, Sensible? Arguments. I feel like arguments need to be their own structure too, where we expect, you know, let's say like, you know, an example would be like set and then you know, int, right? But we would have to specify min and max to that in this case. So I don't know if the argument should be its own structure or just an array of strings and then I can break it apart from the string. I don't really like that idea. I'd rather have a I think I could use an instance structure here where I could specify the instance structure of an int and then how that should work, but it would make it very modular. I like how we have like name description, you give each command a list of possible command line arguments and people could use them. Yeah. Yeah, we do need like helper return too. Argument config. Create my local supermarket is sending me text messages. Thanks, Biedronka. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, like, an argument is this array, but it doesn't have... It doesn't have a list of invocations. There's only one invocation. Options is probably going to be an array of instance structures. Where we create custom structures for what do we expect after this? And of course, if the options is empty, then we don't want any. But options could be optional. You know what it feels like I'm doing? It feels like I'm trying to design the modularity, but I don't yet have use cases for that. And so I'm over-engineering the system to work for things that I don't yet need them to work, and I feel like the way to do it is just to... We know we need, like, a program for power to turn on and off, like, receivers, right? Like a light, or a machine. So we know we need that. But I don't yet know all the programs I want, or have examples of the commands and the arguments and the options that would be there. So I don't know how deep I should go. And I think if I knew how deep I should go, I could set that limit. And I don't think that's a good way to program. I don't think that is. For games specifically, I don't think that's a good way to program. I think we should kind of expand the depth as we go and just kind of iterate on this this plugin as we need to expand it. So maybe it is worth just going through all of the use cases for programs and commands, like everything that we can think of, both with what we have and what we expect to have, at least for the demo. And then say, okay, it's like, maybe we don't need options. Maybe we don't need to have anything that complex. Maybe we just need to run basic programs with some arguments. Or programs with like commands, and maybe an optional argument or required argument here or there. Maybe. I mean, then again, it feels like I am onto something with the way that we're structuring the commands here. There's a couple, if I can pull up, maybe I have the peer ref board for, what was it for? It was the peer ref board for, I don't even remember. It was, I know what it was for. It was for the, what's the name? System break. I had some references here. I really like, I think, I think GTFO did a really good job with its simplicity in its command line interface. System, Kotspar and I decided that we would need to probably make separate plugins for each of these, and we don't really want to work too hard to make something so generic that it works between both games, at least for now. And honestly, I think that he'd be better to design and develop something like this just because of him being a programmer specifically. And I think GTFO worked really well because it was simple to understand, but it was immersive and allowed you to do basic commands for querying and pinging and reading. And we had also, made the commands as examples here and what you would be able to do with them. And I think that this gave us a good way to view each of the parts that we would actually expect to have in the game. But I think we had limited it here to generally command, I'd call them parameters, but this is more like a program command and then the argument. Syntax should be simple and easy. Command name should be straightforward. Amount of command parameters should be kept to a minimum. Command usage should be very understandable just from the name. Yeah, I mean, I think that these are goals that we want to achieve too with the gameplay CLI. And I also had the idea here to load custom software, either already present or persisting between levels, each with their own functions and syntax. You would enter the software, and then that would have its own set of commands. But it's the parsing of this that, and how do we structure this in a way that something as complex as this, which we wouldn't need in Redlock, but theoretically, how do we structure something like that in a way that we can return information about those failures? And I feel like it's just gonna be a lot of just checking and oh, it's a bit of a mindfuck. Ask AI. There's somebody yesterday who was, I was talking about my plugins that I've made so far, and I don't know if he was accused. Here's the thing, I know him in real life. I don't know if he was accusing me of using AI to make them, but they're all blueprints. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to ask AI to make blueprint plugins and stuff, but it's not gonna work. I guess that's how I can beat the allegations. It's just like, no, they're blueprints. For better or worse. Plus, I kind of have proof of all the times that I've been fucking up with things and had to, like, delete progress. In the blueprint that comes out when you use Epic's MC... No, I haven't. Write 99% of your code in C++. It can be accused anytime. Here's the funny thing is, like I said, I know him in real life, and you know, I think he's a pretty good designer. I just, even if you're using AI to like prototype things, I think it's still dangerous. I mean, if anybody's ever tried to use it to like make a game or something or make a prototype, and of course I have before, comparing making a prototype myself versus AI, yes, I'm slower, like guaranteed slower, but the amount of things that I learn and discover that are fun or enjoyable by bashing my head against the wall is so much greater than just typing in a prompt. Check random on Discord. Okay, let me pull up Discord. And like, I'm rubber ducking myself too through the bugs that I make, and probably wouldn't be made by, well, I mean, AI does make bugs, a lot more actually, but you know, rubber ducking myself through my own bugs not only makes me a better programmer, but I am able to, I'm able to discover things that I may not have discovered before. AI has never been able to... What the fuck is this? Insert another reason why you shouldn't use AI for making code. Jesus Christ. This looks like one of Epic's own blueprints that they make and then ship in like a template. Or they put as the example blueprints on their documentation. Okay, it's their templates aren't as bad as this. Yeah, best practice. Their best practice. Okay, this is messy because I was just testing this out, but they're like, they would say, okay, just do this with all your blueprints, like, oh, put this, but also because, you know, this is part of this, and you know, they would just like put this up here. I know, I hate the stacking. I hate the stacking too. Obviously this is a bit messy, but we could of course just, we could actually just promote that to a local variable. Joe exec. A little bit safer that way. This was just testing, so I'm probably going to delete all this anyway. But it's not difficult to make something that looks and functions acceptably. I think it is a learned skill, though, to be able to organize blueprints in a way that is visually appealing. You know, something like that. Here's the reason I recommend it. You know, I'll show you an example of some documentation that I wrote. these are like some of my guidelines for making good BPs. Especially when there's like branching, is to separate cleanly, and I think that I've even gotten better than when I made this, you know, a year ago. And to prevent as much overlapping as possible, because you have a lot of space, and you know, this is something that they provided with the Stackobot example project, and they had a lot of like things like this or this, problems like this. You know, it's just, there's so much messy overlapping wires. And I think separating that into a way that, putting things into one screen is bad because it's so disorganized and jumbled that it can be difficult to separate aspects of the function that you're making or whatever you're trying to run. And I think being able to utilize the space, the infinite space that you have, is much nicer. And it just makes it easier to read and to see the flow of things. And even this could be improved, I think. And there's some like naming schemes, peer recommendations. Breaking things down into comments, you know, and separating that. Yes, like, I think stacking arguments, sure, like, you know, if you have like a bunch of inputs, and there are some, I think there are some things that you can't avoid, right? Like a lot of select nodes, math nodes. There's not really any super great ways to avoid that if you want to specifically just use blueprints. I also try to avoid collapsing nodes too deep. If anything, I do one collapse deep, if I ever collapse. Because once you start to collapse, it just becomes a mess to try and debug and figure out what everything is trying to do. Yeah, local variables, or if you have like an input, you know, you don't need to have that wire going around because you can just call that from the input anywhere. I'm sure that's something you guys know, but I see it even in Epic's own blueprints, that the people making blueprints for Epic sometimes don't know that you don't need to have this dragging around. If it's small, I don't think it matters, but if it's, you know, something larger, it's good to avoid that. I think this is a bigger blueprint, so I've tried to, actually there's some old stuff here that I probably need to delete, or some stuff that I was testing that actually works, so I do have to come back and clean some of this up. But you know, I try to keep it separate as much as possible, Printing, you know, if there's like print errors that I you know, make it like a string from, I always collapse those because it's just a lot of bullshit. Just interns doing intern stuff. Yeah, stuff like this, you know, it's like select nodes. I can't change where false and true is, so that can get kind of annoying. It is what it is. You do the best you can. I do have to come back and clean this up eventually. Or you know, you can also make other graphs too. I think is one that also I see some people new to blueprints don't know that you can do. I don't know if I have a good example of the separated graphs. I do have a good example of that. I have 4 graphs here actually. I have my main event graph for grabbing and throwing. And actually, look how organized this is. I did some good organization of all my, this is a very complex plugin too, this grab throw, and this is just built on top. But this is my fine tuning, so this is specifically for input related to fine tuning an item when you pick it up. Then like base interaction and how we handle that. Again, you know, it's like, this is an event, so I can't, it's hard to avoid some of the spaghetti. What's up, anomalies? Viewers are more consistent than this. Shut the fuck up. And this is for the MVVM handling. You know, it takes time, but I think there's really good ways that you can blueprint and keep things relatively clean. Did you turn off your AI training on Twitch? You know, now that you say that, you reminded me that they added that. Where the fuck do I turn that off? I totally forgot that they added some bullshit like that. You don't know either? What is it? Wait, Twitch AI training. Twitch allows streamers to opt out of Amazon AI training. Twitch settings. Okay, wait, hold on. Is it in account settings? Security and privacy. I can't show this, of course, because it has some personal info. Training for generative AI. I found it. Turned it off. Thank you, actually, for telling me about that. Seriously. What's up, Atomic Bloom? I was literally just browsing Twitch myself after my friends asked to turn that off. I totally forgot about that. Zach Bussy, what a name. Okay, what were we doing before we started talking about blueprinting? We go crazy with so much blueprints. This is crazy. I understand that people might look at this and say, how the hell did you do this without AI? Honestly, it's called refactoring, and I had to do it like 5 times for grab throw. And then just carefully like organizing everything and one thing at a time, right? Like one feature at a time. Fixing as many bugs as I could find. But I'm really, really proud of it. I'm really proud of just having... there's something magical about like playing and being able to utilize the plugins that you make and not having any bugs. I don't know how else to describe it other than magical. And like being able to like seamlessly switch between controller and keyboard is something that as an indie dev is something that I think is pretty advanced. Having all the prompts change and everything. It's been a long journey. I love my spawn logic, by the way. Watch this. Nothing will spawn in the ground, into each other, or behind walls. Look at that. And like barely any like physics crazy shit. We can even stack these two. A little bit hard to see though. I'm thinking of like changing the camera while you're holding an item or maybe while you're fine tuning. Oop. I pressed the wrong button. There it is. Uh-oh. Changing the fly widgets so updated accordingly. Yeah, it's really nice. I really like. I was thinking of making a co-op Jenga game anomalies. I was actually thinking it because we have everything for it. Character controller reminds me of a game called Balls 3D on the Mega Drive Genesis. Hey, shout out to the fucking Genesis. So many good games on that. Poor kids nowadays playing their PS5s and Nintendo Switcheroos. They don't understand the, you know, Alex Kidd and Toe Jam and Earl. Good old Sonic. Got your kids in SNES Mini. That's cool. I like that. We could make a Jenga game. I was thinking of it because there was this really old PS3. It's not really old PS3 game, air quotes. Called. Oh shit! What was it called? It's not stacking. Yeah, the ancient PS3. It was on PSN. What was it called? I mean, it's not going to help if there's a game called Stacking on the PS3. Son of a bitch. It did have move support, and that's the only thing that I can't replicate is the move support, because the PlayStation Move is really cool. Also, shout out to Little Big Planet. Oh, what was it called? It was called, son of a bitch, I don't know, I can't remember it. Oh, I remember the fight game. Jesus, so many good games. Does nobody else remember it? It was like Jenga, but you would use the PlayStation Move, so you had like full, you know, 6 degree of freedom, and you could like, you know, turn the move and it would turn the thing, and so you were like stacking in 3D. It was really cool, and I don't know if you could replicate that same kind of thing without the PlayStation Move or without having like a controller where you could do that. You know, just one of those things that I think uniquely made it fun because of the input device. Much like a lot of like Wii games too. Shit, man, I can't find it. I'll remember it in like 2 hours. It wasn't stacking, it was a different game. It was, I don't remember. Now I'm not going to be able to think about anything else. But a program, okay, so programs is a list of commands, an array of commands. A commands is its own structure. So this will be like, you know, let's just name this not STI, not sexually transmitted infection. ST structure, gameplay CLI. Command config. And that'll be array of invocations. Doesn't matter which one the player uses. Yeah, STI and Redlock. Array of arguments. And then an argument is a single invocation for an argument. Options as an instance structure, and I think that these will be. This will be like, if you can imagine like setting your resolution for your monitor. You know, we would have one or more set of parameters that are part of that. And I think that that would have to be, I'm using instance structure because it might be a string parameter, it might be an integer parameter, and then we can use the instance structure as a way to determine what that what that's specifically supposed to be. So I can't define the instance structure here. We would have to have a set of instance structures like a integer, string, you know, Boolean whatever. But maybe the option itself should be... that, and then the option is... requirement, and then we do the instance structure for like what kind of parameters this is. Is this an integer? You know, what's the min and max? So we could make a set of option structures maybe as we need them, because they're instance structures, so I won't have to change the underlying base at all. We just add them as we need them. So this will just be instance structure, and then I think for commands too, we would have a priority of when they should run. So you can write them in any order, but we might need to run certain commands and, you know, queue them up to let them run frame by frame or just in order, let's say. I'll put the priority up here maybe. Just for the sake of it, I'll just put the bool here. How do we feel about that? I'm still thinking of that PS3 game name, by the way. I have to remember. I could ask Grok. Hold on, it's making me sign in again. What's the name of the PS3 PSN game where you used the PlayStation Move to stack objects? Jenga style. Tumble. That was by Supermassive? You guys would know Supermassive games. They're making all those horror games now. They made fucking Tumble? Dude, I didn't know that. That was like their first game. They went from Tumble to making, you know, like Until Dawn. Okay, I didn't know that. But I want to, okay, I don't know, we could use our system in some way to make either a single player and or co-op game that worked in this way. It was really, really cool. So you could see like the representation of the PlayStation Move almost as you would see like a VR controller. I really think the PlayStation Move was ahead of its time. I remember the military was even using it because of how accurate it was. So there were a whole bunch of really cool game modes where you, you know, had to stack items like this. Or in this case, I think you have to put all of the items under the limbo bar, because if it knocked anything off of it, you lost. And you could like flick the move controller to rotate it, as you see here. It was a pretty fun game. I have a PS3. If I buy a move controller, we could play that on stream sometime. If I can still download it. So I think they shut down the PlayStation Store for the PS3. I'll find a way. It's a cool game. Oh.
Daddy.
So we kind of have like this this feature. Although I really like the feedback of like where the item is in horizontal space. I think that's really cool. Very necessary for a game like this. Oh yeah, and they even had like different materials too. So like ice would slide very easily, but wood had a lot more friction. Some cool stuff. It was a fun little game. Very simple in design. But a good like party game. It's not gonna fit that in there. Good enough. That works. I don't know. That's something I've always kept in the back of my mind, is maybe making a game like that for the PC. Just as something simple and easy. Maybe as like you know, we could game jam it for a prototype using our plugins.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself. Wow. What a view.
Likes that. He approves of my structures. You asked what's priority for? That's a good question. I don't think I need that actually. That was part of my old design, which was that you could run multiple commands at once, but I think in this case we're just gonna require one, so we don't need priority. Just in case you like, you know, had something that was more important to run first than something else, but I think you're right, we don't need that. This should work. Alright, let's put it in a different folder for... It's like program config. Okay, make the smallest one first. Structure STI, gameplay CLI, option config. STD. You know what I had a funny idea recently. And it kind of reminds me of something you would see in like a Yakuza game. I was thinking about like RPG games, right? Like story-driven, choice-based RPG games with characters, and I really want to someday make like a parody game about choice-driven RPGs where you kind of like make fun of and deconstruct a lot of like the tropes that you would see in them. So like helping a character get better. Instead, helping characters get worse, or having like really stupid companions, like a turtle that is like really slow. But one of the funny things I thought of was to have this sex scene, you actually have to play like a Dance Dance Revolution type game. And like nail all the directions correctly to successfully fornicate. I don't know, it's something about that just sounds pretty funny to me. You don't really get many lighthearted choice-driven RPG games. They're all like serious, and then the ones that fail because they have really shitty dialogue or characters, I feel like there's a lot of stuff to make fun of with those. So this is how sex works, yeah. I don't know, just add it to the list of games that I want to make. Number 5,000. I think we actually, for the option, we need an array. Right, invocation of the argument would have an array of options be required. And then the order of that is going to be the order that it expects it in. So no, we don't need an array of instance structures here. We just need an array of options in the argument config. Okay. And this instance structure, what do we want to call this? Option type, I guess. Okay. Let's go next structure. Is argument config. Argument doesn't have an E in it, right? Yeah. Okay, and this is a string invocation. And then an array of options. Okay, next one. This is command. And this has array of strings for invocations. Although, of course, if we, decide later that we don't want to have multiple and just one invocation for simplicity's sake, we just put one in the array, right? Not a big deal. Okay, and then last but not least, we need programs, which is just an array of commands. At least for now. Oh yeah, because programs actually need invocations too. I felt like something was missing. And I still feel like something is missing from that programs. Commands. I do think maybe we need a bool for the require an argument for the command, like invocation. Do we? Let me write it out and see how I feel about it when I write it. I mean, I think it does. I'm just wondering if there should be something here for like requires option, but if it doesn't. We can always add it later. It's just a bool. Command config invocations. Yeah, then the program is invocations, requires command, and then base commands. Maybe not base commands, but just commands. Okay, invocations. B requires command. And then commands. And theoretically, we should be able to make a data table out of that and just see how it kind of looks. Of course, we're not going to put like the data table here because this is like game specific. So you would have to make the data table and put it in your own. But for now, for testing. I mean, so we have like a program. This will just be our power example. We have two invocations, so we would have power and then PWR. It does require a command because you're invoking the program of power. The command invocation. We have 3 commands right now on off toggle, but I'll make one for set as well just because it's just for seeing if the data seems to work out properly. On does not require an argument. There are no arguments. Off. Toggle. The last one would be like set light intensity, but that would be a separate program. You know what? I'll do it as a separate program just for the sake of keeping it proper. Light intensity. And I think that in this way, like the program components will just reference a data table. So we'll just put a data table row handle in there. And then the subsystem is going to gather that information from each of the components that it finds that are connected to it. And then we can put individual commands to, like, the base navigational commands into the interface base component. So that, like, CD, list, tree, whatever you decide to have. Light intensity. Intensity requires command. The command is we'll use set as the example because that's going to have the associated probably float value in our case. Oh wait, I need to shift things down. Hold on. Do I mean, wouldn't that make sense? Well, this is not the intensity. Is not the program. It's light intensity, like light intensity, or something is off here. I have 4 things, but I only need 3 things. Our pump finally came. If it says on the box, mini orange silent plus with the number FP3230 or something, look for like the model number. That's the right one. I think 3230 was the model number. Well, I mean, you can open up the box and just check because it's going to be an orange box. We're ordering a new pump for our air conditioner because it's quieter. $34.30 is the one we want. So it look on the box because it'll be like part of a whole thing here. And it should say the model number somewhere, but it should be Silent Plus Mini Orange FP3430. I think my issue is like setting the light intensity does not require like the argument. Maybe what we do for arguments is instead of saying that there's always arguments, but we do a instant structure for this. Because we kind of have this thing here, right, where we are specifying light intensity, set, and then the X and the Y. But we don't need something deeper than that. Like this whole thing is just optional, or the Maybe we don't need this, and we just put the instance structure up here under arguments. Device, program, command, argument. So there's no option here. I think nesting options into arguments is not the right thing here. And we may not even need them. A rough feeling tells you the on-off toggle should be separate arguments. There should be one argument of type string and the value it can have is on-off toggle. I mean, it's not unlikely that I'm just thinking about this in a way that isn't proper, but I feel like they are separate commands. This would be device powerable light 1, power as the program, command on off toggle. And that sounds right in my mind. They're not arguments, but they're just they're commands that control the program of power on the device of powerable light 1. And my thinking is that we don't actually need option. We need just program command argument. I gotta pee, give me a second. I'm bursting. Hold on. Enumerations left the chat. Do you see a use for enumerations here? Because I don't, personally. I mean, I don't see a need for them. Let's put it that way. I mean, I like enums for how, like, rigid they are. I do like enums. I like enums. I don't think we need options. I just don't see a need for them yet. I mean, but if we think about this, like, set here, I again run into an issue where, imagine, like, CD, right? CD is... like, that's it, and then you just specify where you're trying to move to, right? And so what would we, you know, design this as? Is like the program itself is CD, so we have the invocation. Yeah, we require, but it's not a command, it's an argument. So I mean, I could say if invocations is empty, but requires argument is true, then, but that's so messy. I mean, what if we don't make a rigid structure and we just force the developer, so me, to know what kind of data I'm receiving and to not use a data table to design what I'm receiving? So the only goal of the subsystem when it receives this command is to just break this up into a string array of this. And then you know, this, it would parse this, right? Because it needs to know where to route this to, but this is the actual, you know, this is the device, this is the program component, and then this is the command and the argument. Set 0.5. So in the light int component, we have that array of valid commands. And then I can just do a switch on string or something. Well, it's not that the light, it's not... That's not the issue, right? Because it's not like you're wrong that we could just make it simpler, but I'm trying to think of how to manage the data. Not what data do we want for the set, the light intensity. Because I probably won't even have a command for light intensity in the game. Just, I'm trying to structure like where do we set up this data for what's a valid command on a program component, and then how do we parse that, and where do we parse that, and check if it's like valid, what arguments are necessary, how do we return a failure for the player, like if they type in powerable light 01 light int set but then no argument, you know, where do I specify in the data that we needed an argument and what that argument should be and what the min and max of that argument would be, is what I'm kind of mulling around. Everything is just command and argument. Well, we do need to specify for routing. So we need to know with devices, what device are we targeting, because we can have multiple lights in an interface. So we have to specify device. And devices can have multiple programs. So we need to specify the program that we're targeting, because there might be an overlap of commands that are available on a single device. And then I think in the individual components, we would just set that list of commands and arguments. And I wouldn't do it in like one giant data table, but just on individual classes. I mean, I could still do a data table, I guess, if we ever thought that we would need to. I can always refactor that, though. That's pretty easy to refactor. We'll cross that bridge when we need to come to it. So I would say then, like, a device. I labeled it as actor program, this should be actor program, not actor command. This is like the device name. So that's the invocation for the device. And we're only gonna have one for the sake of keeping it, I think, simple for the player. Then we have that array of programs, or not program, commands that are part of that program. I'm gonna fuck with the BPI in this one. Or I'll just make new variables and then plug them in. Or not device name, but that's separate. That's separate. That would have to be in a different component. Or on the interface, we would make like a map of connected devices and their name. But then if two interfaces can interact with the same device, then we would need to put the same name in both of them. I don't like that. I'd rather have a separate component for the device, but it seems kind of silly just to put a couple of variables on a completely separate component. Hey, room size. I think set. Yeah, don't think about set as like an actual command we would have. Just that I'm trying to test how a theoretical command would work with the data that we've set. And where I should put all like the different information and parsing. I really don't like putting it in a separate component, but it is the, I guess, it technically works. And everything that should be a connected device should have the... I need it for one string or one F name. That's literally all I really need it for. But that seems really silly. I'm mixed. How else could I give an actor class an ID, front-facing ID, so the player will see it in a way that doesn't require a separate component or BPI? I can't think of one. I actually can't think of one. It's silly that a component would just hold one or two variables, but at the same time, I can't really think of any better way to do it. And I prefer the component approach to the interface approach, because the interface would require us to... I mean, the component can still have the interface, but I don't want to do just an interface, because then we would have to have a variable plugin, which would require me to add a variable as well as the interface. So the component is just kind of all in one. I can't think of any better way to do it. And it's not like it's going to be ticking or anything, so... It's not abnormal for a bigger game, a more complex game, for actors to have like 15 to 20 components. That's pretty normal in Unreal. Really, all I needed for is just to hold the string. But that way, then we have like our Powerable Light 01 is... let's just kind of... This is what we would see in the data on our side, and then it would have BPC, what did I call it? Actor device would be storing that string. So that's the name. And then BPC gameplay CLI. Well, it wouldn't be gameplay CLI, but let's just say BPC program 1, 2, 3. And those then would each have their own. This would just be storing the data, so anything that is a device should have that, because we need to know what to invoke to talk to BP Powerable Light 03 through that soft actor reference. And then we would gather information from the individual program devices. And again, we need the programs to be generic, right? So like a power state. The power state is not interacting with Powerable Light, but rather the power receiver component on Powerable Light 03. So this would be receiving the command, parsing it according to the rules of how we want to do on, off, and toggle of the light, and then route that to the component on the parent actor with then probably like some callback or that we ran the command, right? That way we can reuse we can reuse that component on anything with the power receiver, because the code will be the same for a light as it would be for a, I don't know, a powerable radio or something, right? I don't know what the third one would be for a simple light. I don't know. But that way we then have the device invocation, program invocation or invocations, and then we would route the set and 05 as a array of strings without white space, right? So player enters this. This gets parsed by the subsystem, which is always keeping a track of viable devices and commands, both like base commands and then the devices and their commands. Knows that you want to talk to Powerable Light 01, and that's going to have that associated soft actor reference. Looks for the BPC program invocations for the matching one that can run the light int if valid. And if that's valid, it then sends that, and the program component is responsible for parsing that part and determining if there are any errors within that. Returning, you know, any sort of text to the console screen through the subsystem if there is an error in the way that you type it. You know, you're missing an argument or something, right? But then in this case, the only thing that's required is we need to have this command of set requires an argument, specifically a float. And we might have, you know, that multiple argument non-optional set here where we have, you know, 0.5. There's no reason why this would be the case for a setting light intensity, but you can imagine there might be something that requires 2 or 3 arguments in that order to run something. So we need to define for each command the array of arguments, the type that they are, the min, the max, and if they are required. I set light intensity to I? What do you mean by I? Like an irregular number? Still can't believe I broke my pen yesterday. Oh, I is an imaginary number. Don't do that. Well, that's why we would have like the min and max. So we would set argument would be a instanced structure of, let's say, st gameplay CLI argument float, and that structure would be min and max float value, be required, at least those 3 things. What is an example for different commands per program? Different commands. What do you mean? Made a conversion function pure and constant before I noticed it's not in the view binding menu to choose. Nice. There's something weird about Unreal that I realized. I made a plugin with like a whole bunch of generic structures or payloads, but they don't actually show up in Unreal when I like am trying to like set an instant structure type. It's very weird. So it's like Unreal doesn't gather structures from just a data plugin, a content plugin, unless they're used in like a data tape. It's really weird. You just reminded me about that. I made this here, like just a whole bunch of generic payload structures, but they don't actually show up unless I copy them from a blueprint and then paste. I don't know, it's really weird. I think it's some bug. But they're never gonna fix that. Argument structures. Let's make one for floats and I'll show you how it should look. I can do one for integers too. But it'll be pretty similar. Min, max, required, min, max, required. No, don't think about set. Set is not a real command in our game. I'm just using it as an example because the only other example I have actually like designed is power, but power doesn't have any like optional value. It's just like power on, off, or toggle. So it's just kind of like the program and then the command. But I just wanted an example that I could use with a program command and then an argument for testing. So in no way in our game will we ever be able to set the intensity of a light, probably, but I'm just using it to test because I don't have another example with an argument off the top of my head. If that makes sense. If you can think of a better example with like a program command and argument that might exist in Redlock, I can use that instead just so that it's a little bit easier to think about. I mean, you could make a program like just, run the program, but I want it to be I want there to be some friction. I want there to be some, skill. And if it's just as simple as run, or just typing in the program.exe and just pressing enter, it's not as like interesting. There's not as much of a gap between what the player has to type and the outcome. Like, I don't want anything as complex as real command line because these are programs all made, or some of them are made by the same people, but many of them are made by like different people, have their own unique invocations that sometimes don't make sense, and different commands and arguments that don't always match the way that you would type commands and arguments for a different program. So using a command line in real life for an operating system is usually like so messy because you have to just Google commands, and figure out how to structure things. And I want to make it simpler and more, like if you're using a command line for a program, right? Like a version control software or something, right? Like Git. It's very, I imagine that it's very consistent, because probably, you know, there was some architecture behind it that works specifically for that one. And I want that kind of feeling, but for all programs in Redlock, where we don't go so deep as to allow you to type in like tons of back-to-back commands, but rather you have to do it one after the other. But at the same time, the Redlock is not as complex as managing an operating system, so that I don't think that'll be a problem. So I'm having to like deconstruct command lines, simplify them, but make sure that they're complex enough for the use cases that we foresee. But I don't actually foresee enough use cases to do it properly right now. And I think that's kind of part of my problem. Whereas here with a system break, I did design all of the valid commands beforehand, and that at least gave me a better, higher level view of different types of arguments that we would have. And then min and max. Man, is it complex. Because we want to have good feedback too, unlike modern command lines for operating systems where if you type in something wrong, it often doesn't tell you why, just that it's invalid. And we would want to have different return for different states. And I think that's going to be really complex to just get feeling good. Okay, so we have the integers and floats. Program invocations, we'll just put that array on the program class. But then we will use an array of arguments, an array of, commands. Command fig is a set of invocations. Maybe I just delete these and restructure it. Otherwise I'll just confuse myself. Okay, let's try this again. This is what I've been doing for the past many weeks, is just delete and retry, figure out it's not what I want, delete and retry. It's been horrible. I could do instant structures all the way through, where if for something as simple as like CD, where we don't even, that itself is like, in our case, the program, right? And then you're just passing an argument into it. You're not actually calling a command. Although I think more realistically in like actual scenario, cd is the command, but we have to see it as the program. Then we just would have an array of empty commands. Or I could do a command with an empty invocation, but a required argument. I guess theoretically that could work. So the program of cd as a single command with no invocation. How would we parse that though? Because if the subsystem is looking for base program, then it's going to check the next string in the array, and that's going to be looking for the invocation, but the invocation is not null. But I guess we could just check, hey, what are the invocations for this program? And if the array is not empty, but but it does contain a valid invocation, right? It's just an empty string. Then we skip the check for the invocation of the command and jump straight to parsing the argument. Let's hold off on saying that my way is better for now, because I don't know. It doesn't feel better. I feel like I'm just getting stuck. This is so much more complex than I ever thought it would be to make this correctly. Because here I just designed it, but I didn't actually make it. I also ran into problems, developing it in System Break, even though I had the design for it. But this is the easy part. But now I also have to act as the programmer and actually make the damn thing. And the architecture is mind-melting. I think that'll work. Okay, so this is on, device name is on the device component. And we're going to add that to our powerable light just for the sake of being able to test it when it's ready. Device name. We don't fill it out here. We can have a warning because I don't think I'm going to... Not everything should be connected, even if it has that actor device. But I think what we'll do is when you open up the interface, we obviously are going to do a run through of all the connected devices. And if we find one that's connected but lacks a device name, we'll just print an error for that so that we make sure that we never forget it. But then these should be unique. At least these only need to be unique to the interface. So if we have multiple devices with the same name, but they're part of separate interfaces, that's okay. But if we have duplicate names on the same interface, then that's a problem, of course. And this probably doesn't need to be a string. I can make it an F name, but it's easy optimization later, and it's not really that big of a deal. So now we have 3 devices connected to this one interface, this network terminal, and they each have the power, BPC program power, which is my pre-designed blueprint component that controls the power, and this checks and routes to the BPC power receiver. So this is kind of like my plug-in communication interface component to other plug-in component. And these two are like separate, but then this is my hard code bandage to get these communicating. And that's okay. That's okay. We do want to hard code this because trying to do it without that would be probably impossible. Okay, so we have this good. The program invocations are on the separate program bases. And I think that that's still valid. We have invocations here. So that's good. Hey, CB Beats. I've been here in forever. Well, I also haven't been here in forever. Until yesterday. We can't forget to set up our calendar today too, near the end of the stream. So you guys know what to expect. I'll set a alarm for like 3 p.m. Sweet. We'll have like a week of developing and then the Stalker 2 DLC comes out. I'm really excited for that. I don't think it'll be super long, but we'll play that for a few days until we beat it and then we're back to dev. Right up until I think the Dawn of Bloodwalker. But that's in September. I'm not going to replay Stalker 2 again, though. We're just going to go in with our post-game character. Invocations. No, this is just the receiving command. But we do need to have an array of viable commands because we need to test. You know, when the player inputs something, we do need to... Well, I don't think we need to. But my idea was to test if the command was valid and to report an error if it's not, but maybe we just handle that in the individual program component. Should I make a flowchart for this? I think that would help all of us figure it out. Really bright. That's better. Okay, so we have the interface. And this is like, interface component, let's say. And we can think of this as like an individual computer. Jim Bob's computer, you know, security checkpoint, PC _3. And it's run through that interface component because we are interfacing with the devices and the computer itself and then the network. Now that we have two different parts here. We have like gameplay subsystems, like let's say power, emergency broadcasting, or not emergency broadcast, but rather the broadcasting system. Station broadcasting is what I call it. Station broadcasting system. Etc. Like these are not part of the plugin, these are part of the game and only live within the level of the game. We then also have the gameplay CLI subsystem, and this handles parsing and routing. And the reason why we don't want the individual like components or gameplay subsystems to handle the parsing when the player enters is because we want it to be really modular. So the interface is going to like say, hey, subsystem, player just opened up an interface, a computer, and the subsystem's like, okay, let's gather all of the gameplay subsystems, and then of course the devices. Although it's technically the subsystem that sends those. So like the flow here is not like this. It's actually like this. I don't know how to put that. The devices are connected to the component, to the interface. But the interface is not the one communicating. It communicates first with the subsystem. Maybe I could do it like... Yeah, I think like that. And then each of these has its own programs. Maybe I'll just say program A. Those programs can be reused. So player interacts with the interface through a terminal or whatever. Doesn't matter because the component can live on any actor, and then we just send the right command to the interface. The interface then hits up the subsystem that's always there. I think it's a world subsystem, and that's going to gather the persistent subsystems that are like part of the network that any networked computer has access to. Although maybe we specify that too as part of like the interface. So I can always make a base parent interface component that includes that if we want to put that on everything. It's not the most organized. Ew. That's better. Kind of. It's kind of good enough. This handles the parsing and routing of the commands, and it goes up right up until, so we like check device name, or if there is no device name, then we check if the player is using a base command. And so that's, or a base program. And I think we said that we would include that on the interface itself. I kind of need to pull this up actually. And those are not components, right? These base interface programs. So we can't have a subcomponent. So these just more live on the interface, and these should be like core navigational query help commands that are there no matter what. And then once it parses it, determines where do we want to send it to, a gameplay subsystem or a device, as these are two separate object types. Then we determine, we send the array of the argument and any, or the command and any arguments. And then it's up to the individual subsystem or device to handle the parsing from there and returning any success, failure state, and any relevant print strings that need to occur on the command line itself. program base, and then these would be we don't really know yet. Says some custom structure. And so I'm hoping then that the subsystem here could be reusable, but it doesn't need to be. I mean, I don't think this actually needed to be a plugin, because we would write something quite different for System Break when we make that game. So we should just kind of treat this as an iterative learning process for at least one solution for this, and expect that we will have to refactor it at least one more time to get it working well. Oh, and then even beyond programs too, we actually have another thing that are part of interfaces, but this I think will be, it's separate, and you know, I think won't be as difficult. Like actual data with folders and files that you can browse. And the good news is I already have the data set up for that, and I think it'll work. But individual devices aren't going to have data drives, at least for now. System Break, probably yes, but here, not really. We're not going to like nest computers, and that would just get a little bit too complex. And so we'll use an example. We'll use our Powerable light in set whatever. So player interacts, we send up to here, which gathers all of the viable, for this interface, all of the viable programs from both base programs and subsystems. And then we do like either a map or custom structure of devices to programs and their invocations. And that way we have an easy array or a couple of arrays that we can then work through. We can do a first check. Are there any duplicates that might cause problems or anything missing? We'll print an error, that's in the designer, and then we will just have that full list that we can go through. So Powerable Light or Light 01, player inputs it into the widget. The widget then interacts with the subsystem. It checks for Light 01, let's just say device is that, and then it sends it checks like the light int, right? The light intensity program, and sees if that's valid. So we know which component to send that to. And then we send the command set an argument, let's say 0.5, to that component. It runs what it needs to, communicating with the power receiver on... Oops, I just fucked up. Oh my god. Where'd it go? I'm pressing all the stupid things. So then it communicates with the power receiver component, and then sends a callback to the subsystem that we were successful in running this command or failed, and any relevant print string that it needs to send to the console, either through an array of like f text or whatever, and then that's going to interact with the widget. And for the sake of it, we can put kind of technically it's like this. and then the bilateral communication. And so this is front facing. Everything else is behind the scenes. This should be generic enough that it doesn't give a shit about commands or arguments. It doesn't give a shit. All it does is send that, it routes that, right? The only things it parses are device and program. These then parse the command and argument to split it up. So I mean, this separate part here is that if the first string found does not match a valid device, then we can assume that the player is not interacting with the device, and we can check those base interface programs. Because of course the player might forget to put this here and just type in light int, but then we wouldn't find a base device or a base interface program of, you know, with an invocation of light int. So it would say light int is not a valid, you know, program on the interface or something of that nature. I think that'll work. Only problem is I've said that like 10 times with this plugin already, and every time it's like, nope, that's not gonna do it. What does the subsystem need to? What would it look like then? We have base interface programs, and those are going to be, what does the data look like for that? Probably just to talk about why you abandoned the first Redlock. What triggered that? It's not abandoning the first Redlock. I just don't think that the first Redlock, like Redlock 1.0, was interesting enough. I think we had like the platforming of the initial Redlock demo was good. People liked that. We had a lot of good responses on that. But then we have this like really cool lore and facility that feels completely underutilized because there isn't enough gameplay variety to support it. And I worried that if we let the player play this for 10 to 20 hours, it's going to get kind of boring as a precision platformer pretty quickly. So I deepened the game, made it more of a puzzle platformer plus immersive sim, and I think that will sustain a much larger variety of gameplay. Yeah, like it wasn't bad, the platforming, but I could see the gameplay loop becoming stale after like 25% of the game maximum. The levels are not abandoned, so the lore of Redlock has not changed. The idea of going from level 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the premise of each level is completely unchanged. Just we've added more gameplay systems and based it more around puzzle precision platforming with some immersive sim elements on top of that than just being climbed to the top. Now, the goal hasn't changed, right? Like, your goal as a player is just to ascend. And so you can do that in any way you want as a sandbox. But now we've added things like, disassembly, fabrication, finding schematics for items, possibly vending machines, different resources, of course, because you need to be able to assemble and disassemble items. Lasers will be in the game, being able to like slot items or like swipe a key card, managing facility power and then power to different objects, since that'll be quite important. And of course we'll have like solar flares. Those were originally intended too. A lot of stuff. So I think what will end up happening is it'll slow down the gameplay even more, maybe by another like 20 to 30%. So it's still a game that can be speed run, whatever the proper word for that is. But I think it's going to be much more of a long-term game as opposed to speed run this game in 2 hours glitchless. This is going to be, you're gonna have to find that path, that path that creates that. Think of it like System Shock, Prey, Deus Ex. Your goals are very simple in that game, right? You enter a room, you see some enemies, or you see a puzzle or an obstacle, and they're not telling you how to resolve that. They're just saying resolve it. And then they give you the tools, the resources, the ability, the different systems to solve that problem. And so that's more what Redlock is like. Player-owned solutions to problems. Bypassing levels entirely, tricking systems into doing things, skipping sections of the game because you don't like them, but through some obtuse way that is silly. Does command line interface potentially unlock paths? Yeah, it could. Yeah, absolutely. There might be something that is electronically locked, and so you have to unlock that door, or maybe you can use the command line through some security terminal to not really hack it, but interact with it, or reroute power from some other system in the game or some other room that you don't need to power the room with that electronic door because it was unpowered before. Yeah. But you could also power it manually through, I don't know if I have it open right now. Oh my god, fly camera, please. Light. Resonant induction device. Let's do... Yeah, 1 kilowatt's fine. Actually, that'll work fine. Oh, it's not turned on. Hold on. Let me just turn it on by default. So, you know, you might have like a light here that you need to turn on because it's... Let's pretend this is an electronic door just for the sake of it. This is a door. It's turned on, but there's no power to it, right? And it needs 1 kilowatt of power to power this door. You know, you could power that with a mobile resonant induction device. You can pick these up, right? You can climb on them. You can throw them around and maneuver them between levels and devices. That's all cool. Or you can power maybe that door with the power subsystem, but the power subsystem is only interactable through the command line because it's it's the power of the facility, right? So you need to route power to it, to that level or to that room if you don't have power routed there already, and you'll have to play around with it, right? You might only have 5 megawatts of power to mess around with at the start of the game, and that's not going to be enough to power more than maybe the emergency broadcasting system and a couple of rooms or something, or maybe one level. And so if you're speedrunning, or you're trying to, or if maybe you're not very good at exploring, you're not going to discover other reactors to increase your power, or you're not going to complete the level 6 geothermal generator optional objective to restore power to the geothermal generators, which will give you a big system power boost. But you don't have to. You can use a bunch of these resonant induction devices to power that door. Maybe this door requires 10 kilowatts and you have to use oops. You have to use 2 of these resonant induction devices, which are pretty rare and expensive to fabricate, to power that door on. So, you know, there's this trade-off of, do I want to do something fast and kind of efficient? Do I want to explore around some more and increase my facility power capacity to turn on levels or important things like elevators that'll help me get back up if I fall down that main shaft? Or do I just carry around a whole bunch of these resonant induction devices, even though they are pretty rare, and use them to power things manually? Remember that one NASA, Moonbase Alpha? With, if you're talking about Moonbase Alpha, where you had Microsoft Sam that you could type messages into, and everybody in the chat would hear the text-to-speech. Yeah, I remember that game. And I was actually thinking it'd be pretty funny to have our emergency station broadcasting system in-game have a text-to-speech thing that you could have it say. So you could hear, like, echoing across this destroyed, you know, facility, Microsoft Sam say, like, poo-poo pee-pee or something. I think that'd be pretty silly, but also pretty easy to implement. What did I just turn on walking? Oh, caps lock. I didn't know I could do that. So I don't know if this makes sense or anything with like the way that I want to utilize the command line interface for power. There's actually even more fun options for these two, where I can turn on proximity and line of sight driven power. So it will provide up to 5 kilowatts. Although, hold on, I have to turn on a fall off radius. Let me do 150 for fall off. So we plan to use these in puzzles a lot because I think they're really fun. And so you can have these have like line of sight and proximity, so you have to maybe balance where you place these and how many things you want to power, because of course we can block line of sight to that, or something like a door or a moving platform might block line of sight to that. And so you'll have like a door opening and closing or something, right? I could probably mimic that here with a spinning platform with arms. And then this is going to require 5 kilowatts. Let me just delete this one. Oh wait, I set it to proximity. Let me turn off the proximity part. I don't know why the power isn't working on that. Infinite 5 line of sight receiving. Something might be broken on that. It might require the proximity to turn on too. We can see that here. So I can imagine this is a door and like something is turning and constantly turning something on or off. So we should have some pretty fun ideas, I think. We just have to get creative, test things out, see what's fun, see what works. Oh, maybe that's the issue. Look at this. Divide by 0. Something is pooping out a bad divide. Hey, Desert Shadow. Popping in to check if you remember to opt out of Twitch's on by default AI scalping. You're actually the second person to mention that today. I did just do that. I appreciate it. I totally forgot that they had done that. I really don't like Twitch. I should just start streaming on YouTube or something instead. The benefit of streaming on YouTube is I could stream at a higher bit rate, which for our game streams would look great. But you know, Twitch is pretty established at this point. YouTube's now much better. It's better for bit rate. I could do Kick as well. It's not really like I'm controversial enough to say things that I think are putting me at much risk on Twitch, but it is nice to not have to worry about that, you know? Yeah, I did opt out, thankfully. Receivers with line of sight. Do I think it's hitting this and this is doing a 0? Wait, well, max kilowatts is... When is that hitting that? It's happening on every tick of the power provider sphere when it doesn't have line of sight to the receiver. So one of these, it's hitting 0. When is it hitting 0? Let's find out what's at 0. I don't know which is the right one. This one. Yeah. Okay. We have two things that hit 0. Internally provided kilowatts and receivers with line of sight. And then all these are just base variables that we're not using. Okay. Hey Punka, half the Twitch Coney streams are using Claude all the time these days. I wonder if they've opted out because I hate AI. Are they really? I haven't watched any other like Twitch coding or game dev streams. Are really that many people using AI? This is the Titan Quest 2 soundtrack, Punka, if you're curious. A lot of streams use AI. Yeah, you probably left Dr. Shadow, but seriously, thank you again for reminding me. It's a very good thing you're doing. I mean, I'll say it this way. Is it possible that some of you have watched me struggle all day with this gameplay CLI stuff, right? And as I mentioned, I've been struggling with this for a couple weeks now. I did have my surgery, so it was kind of, you know, it wasn't the greatest time to do it, but I have been struggling with this. Is it possible that AI could have helped me in some way? Sure. But I think by forcing myself, me, to like go through these hoops, to explain the flow of things, it's way better. Way better. Yeah, I agree with you. What it does to your brain is another question. So I don't like using it. I don't know. I haven't used AI for any of Redlock's development, and I don't plan to. And so far, this is the game that I think I have learned the most on when it comes to blueprint programming in the shortest amount of time. Golden Chronicles I learned a lot on, but it was a lot of, you know, just prototyped bullshit stuff that was hanging together by threads, so it wasn't the greatest learning experience. Redlock has been the learning experience. Max kilowatts never hit 0, so it shouldn't be this one. But they're all using max kilowatts. So where are we doing a divide by 0? This is always +1, so this should never be 0. This could be only if we it says receivers 1. No, we're never unregistering that receiver because it's in range of the, you know, it's inside the sphere, right? So it has to be this. But that's only, well, no, because it's a select node, so it will evaluate shared no matter what. This is going to be evaluated regardless of whether or not we want it to. Use AI to find the information on things. No, but that's good, because I think that AI is like a glorified Google, especially, I like Grok because it provides me with all the links, is great. I think it's really useful for that. I want a bank to let LLM handle money transactions, at least at this point. That's a smart thing in my opinion. It does find the wrong I just splashed myself in the eye. It does find the wrong information a lot, but that's why I like using it and then checking the links. Or even using it for like recipes. I find it pretty good at that. But only for like non-baking, you know, where baking is so specific. But I like it when it's like, hey, give me some ideas for recipes that mix these two things or whatever. Or, you know, Polish spin on this classic recipe. I like that. Good for that. You know, help me understand the relation of this thing to this thing. The Reddit post, yeah. If I unhook this and I just put 1, well, it wouldn't even need to because it's not doing a divide to the right. That should get rid of the error if I'm looking at the right place, right? Yes, it is gone. Okay. I found exactly where it's happening. Now to fix it. Where are we using this? I can't like do another select node if we're in the shared power mode because it's gonna evaluate the select true and false again. I guess what I could do is that if I could do a select node here where it's like if we're not in that mode, just return a 1 for the sake, because we're not evaluating this anyway. So if shared, do the shared, but otherwise just return a 1 for the sake of not having an error or warning. Just floating in, so I don't think that really adds any overhead or anything. And then that should prevent the... Yeah, no more warning. Okay. Daily AI just... Well, it's funny you say that because there was somebody in my chat yesterday who I know who was mentioning using Claude code for prototyping games, and even for that I don't think it's smart. I think it's very, very dumb. It's the same thing as if you know when you're a kid, your parents help you out with things. The worst parents do those things for you. The best parents help to teach you how to do those things for yourself, right? Teach a man to fish versus just giving him the fish. Because if we then translate that, if we accept that that's real and we agree on that, then translating that to game development, when you are telling Claude Code to prototype some game for you, sure, it's fast, and I can understand the need for that, especially in a professional environment, or not professional, but let's say an environment where you're working for a company and time is money. I get it. But you then aren't rubber ducking yourself through those systems. You're not naturally discovering fun that can come from bugs or silly things because the program's just doing, you're kind of just sitting there vegging while it runs and fixes bugs. And on top of that, you're not able to teach other junior designers or other designers under your, control, responsibility, you know what I mean, how to prototype, because your only way to teach them is by saying, oh, we'll just use Claude Code to make the prototype. It's such a degradation of skills. You're literally just committing skill suicide by saying, hey, Dad, do this thing for me. You know, it's that kind of thing. So I refuse to use it even for menial tasks because, or for most menial tasks, right? Although I think there are better ways to handle like mass renaming of things. I think there's always a way to do it that will build skill or reinforce skill that you already have. Anybody who plays a game for like a year, like a live service game, I don't know, Path of Exile, Warframe, RuneScape, whatever have you, the moment you take a break from that and come back, your skills have degraded. The moment you play a game on the hardest difficulty and you come back to play that game after a year or two on your same save file, you will suck. Because you have to relearn those skills, you have to rebuild them. And even though your starting position might be better than you were when you first played the game, like completely first played the game, you still have to build back up to where you were. Versus just not seeding skill and that reinforcement to AI, you're always going to remain at that level and keep pushing it further and further. And like I said, you'll be able to teach, you'll be able to mentor other people on how to do it and why you do certain things, as opposed to saying, well, Claude did it this way, so that's the way that we do it. I don't know if that made sense. I was kind of ranting there. That's just the way that I see it personally. Hey Graphics, how have I been? I'm doing better. I had my surgery, so I can breathe. Like I breathe through my nose and air actually like comes through in some incredible amount. Very weird. After years of only being able to breathe like half as well. You can kind of simulate it, like if you've ever had like a stuffy nose, or just like block one of your nostrils and breathe through it, and you'll find that you like breathe harder and longer, but not in a way that's like a deep breath, but rather it's a fast, almost like shallow breath, and then, you know, release it and have both your nostrils. And that's that's the difference that I have now. Oh, you had a septoplasty as well. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about then. You have to like retrain your brain to just breathe normally as opposed to constantly fighting for breath. I forget where I was before I fixed the bug. Base interface programs. We know this needs to be an array of some structure. Does it need to be the same as these? Can we just throw programs into a data table and use the same structure? It would make things kind of easy, because then when I evaluate on the subsystem, I can just call each of those data table row names. I'm not sure. Base ones do not have a device call, and this is the program. What are some more examples of like base programs? Probably like help, right? And then this is command. Most base programs are kind of simple like that, right? Tree, we do one tree. Tree is an important one. And that has no commands or arguments, that is just empty. It changed how you taste certain things. It did for me. I'm still getting my taste back. I think I need to wait a little bit longer because I just had the surgery on the 3rd. I had my stents taken out on Monday, and I couldn't taste anything for this whole week. I'm starting to get taste back, so I think I just need to wait some more time. Right now, my nose is filled with a lot of like scabs, and I can't pick at them, so I have to wait. Probably once the scabs heal up and fall out, I'll be able to be back to normal. What other base commands? Maybe we can go through like each. We could make one for like devices, for like listing devices. And that's not going to have any commands or arguments either. Should we separate that though? Should we have 2 separate commands, or maybe like devices with an argument, or with a command or an argument for like a... What devices do we have connected? So specifically, let me lock that. Specifically devices like these and subsystems. We want to treat those kind of separately. Maybe like list. And then type, and we can do example devices, subsystems. I think that could work. Yeah, CD for sure. You're not going to be able to like change directory or file names in Redlock. Just like read them and navigate between them. There's not going to be any worry about like disk. At least for now. We could always make like a fun little mini game of repairing disk corruption or something, but it's in the future. CLS for sure. Convert, nah. Copy date, nah. Directory. Directory, yes, but also maybe we could reuse tree for that. But at the same time, if we're naming them after real commands, I think that could be confusing if we... I mean, tree and directory are the same thing. Just one is like more visual than the other, right? Maybe we'll just do directory for now. I don't think we need echo. More for like, you know, running batch commands and stuff. We could do exit as like an alternative way to leave the interface, I guess. I mean, it's an easy one. Find. Searches for a text string in a file or files. Some sort of query where you could search a drive or a specific directory for like all text files, maybe? I'll hold off on that one for now. Adding in more later should be really easy because we just add in the functionality for it. And then the invocation. We're skipping go-to. Don't need that. Help we have. Don't need any make directory. No moving. Shouldn't need path or pause. Print will be a more like the player doesn't print, the system prints. Don't need this. There will be like executable objects that can run some functionality. I don't know if we want to specifically have like a run command. You know, you're in like a folder with a program.exe. Do you just type in program.exe while you're in that folder? Or do we want to do like a start or run with the argument of program.exe? Could be optional. I mean, it could be either. I guess why not? System info? Maybe for like lore stuff? You know, like whose computer did I just plug into? Time could be a nice one because time is actually important in the game. Because every day, it's really Kuakua and Batsu. It's tidally locked, right? The planet of Kuakua is tidally locked to Batsu, the star. So there's no day-night cycle, which is really good for our dynamic lighting caching. But every rotation around Batsu is revolution. Sorry, is 11.11 hours. Kind of interesting that way. And what exolith extraction has done to better manage circadian rhythms of employees is to synchronize to Earth time. So there's a traditional 24-hour cycle, even if that means that you're going through more than 2 revolutions technically per day on the facility. I thought that was a little bit of fun, like actual science that we could use. And it makes sense, right? You wouldn't want to have 11-hour days because it would mess up people who used to live on Earth. So they just do Earth coordinated time and then use the in-facility lighting systems, which we will have, to change the temperature of the ambient lighting for night and day. Because you will die if you look at the star. There is no atmosphere. Don't do it. It's super hot. It'll burn you. But that should be fun. Type, verify, volume, no. Okay, so I think that this is probably a pretty good starting list of the base commands, and most of them are lacking arguments, right? Time, system info, exit, CLS, directory, do not require any arguments. So that'll be a simple check string. We can either trash any arguments or commands that the player types in after that, or we can just say, hey, this does not have You don't type anything after this. The good news is that none of the ones that require commands actually really require arguments, right? Well, okay, actually they require arguments but not commands. Put it that way. The CD is just argument of location. Help is argument of the command. Or program. I think how the help one is going to be a bit more complex to implement properly. We might have to do some very specific tinkering for that, because that you can run that anywhere and on anything, and we do need to return some valuable information to the player for, you know, making sure the experience is enjoyable. List is an argument. Run is just an argument. But we treat these as programs, not commands, from a data perspective. What does our program structure look like? Oh, I deleted it because we wanted to remake it. I mean, theoretically, I don't see why it wouldn't be the same thing as... Ignore options, but I don't see why it would be any different than up to here or devices too. Invocation of a program. Does it require a command? Obviously, we do have some that do require a command, like CD. Or not a command, sorry, does not require a command, but we will add an empty command with requires argument. So the invocation is a array of length 1, but an empty string. And then when parsing that, we say, okay, well, but it does require an argument. So we skip there's no command that we're routing this to. And we're just gonna send the argument. But arguments are not invoked. But arguments can have an optional instanced structure. So an argument is, yeah, the argument we don't care, because we were sending the argument to the program. The program handles the argument, not the data. It's not in the data. It's not in the subsystem doesn't care about the argument. The programs care about the argument. The program and command, let me go back to the flowchart, only parses device and program, or base interface program. Devices and subsystems handle the commands and arguments. And in the case of no command, we're just sending in the argument because they're just sitting on the interface like that. If the data doesn't care about the arguments, then do we actually need to include that in the data? The benefit of including it in the data is that we have like a master check, make sure that whatever the player types in is valid for that row name. The downside is that it does kind of live in two locations, both in the data and then in the actual code, where you'd have to update both, versus if we ever wanted to change, let's say, an argument from a float to an integer, we just need to update the program component or the parsing of that base interface program. And then that will automatically update, right? So maybe not. Maybe we care if if that command requires an argument. Then again, I think even then that could also just be put on the program. The Boolean is easy to check though, right? Because then we can say, okay, well, this required an argument, so we don't even need to send this to the program because the player didn't include an argument. We don't care what the argument is, we just care if there is an argument. But again, in a similar way, it lives in two places then, where if we now don't require the argument, we need to change it in two places, both in the data and in the functionality. Probably. We're getting there. I feel like we are making progress. It's just very slow progress. This might go down as the hardest system I've ever had to design and develop. And also the one that I thought would not be the hardest, by a pretty big measure. Let's do that, because if I need to remove a Boolean in the future, that's easy, right? As opposed to changing the structure of a structure, that's going to be a lot more complex and destructive, as opposed to just deleting a couple of, you know, selects or branches or something. We still need to make like a we do need the argument defined somewhere. And I say that because we do actually need that for like the min and max, right? And if it's required as an argument. We have the requirement here. So maybe we don't need this here because we can just include that in, we can include that in the argument configuration. So a command invocations and I might just have to bite the bullet and include the arguments here. But that's as deep as it goes. We will have to make some documentation, because I think if, you know, the arguments are in order, right? If we require 3 arguments, or like this one is optional but these 2 are required, then, you know, the player only types 2, so how do we know that it's the first or the second or the third? And I think that that breaks it. So if in some case we need to define arguments, I think that they should either all be optional or all be required. And then if they're all required, or no matter what, the order, or no, not even all options. It's either one optional argument or multiple required arguments. Unless they're of different data types, I guess, in which case then we would be able to know which one we're talking about. Like a boolean and an integer, or a float and an integer. I don't know though. I don't know. All I can say is that for the base interface commands, we don't need to worry. We don't need to worry because they are just, from our data perspective, programs and arguments. Or just programs. They are the easiest ones. And then an arguments is the array of instanced structures. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Why do we make argument config if it's just an array within an array? Can't it just be an array of the instance structures called arguments? Yes, I mean, I think. So we'll just call this the, not argument config, but command config. And that's got the invocations, array of strings. Okay, and then the program config, st gameplay CLI program config. Invocations, the require command, and then an array of commands. So the idea then is to go into the interface, and in base interface commands, maybe we should say base interface programs because it's more accurate to our data, consistent. We do the array of program. And then we'll try to get this sorted out here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 6, 9. Yeah. The first one is CD. We do require a command, but that command invocation is empty with an argument of we'll need to make a structure for this. This is a string. Argument structure. And that is required. Yeah, that is. We do want that too. Don't crash. It froze on me. Everything is saved, thankfully, but it did freeze. It just... Okay, it did crash. Okay, wonderful. That's why I save often. We should be okay. Stop being white. Okay, CD, command, invocation, argument. Let's try this again. There's no command invocation, but it is an empty index. Argument string. Bro, what the fuck? It's an instance structure. Just structure the instance. Instance the structure. What the hell? Bro, it's... This shouldn't break. Let me see if it's any instant structure. No, see, that's working fine. See, that's fine. Is it because it's part of some other structure? Well, let me try the int, not the string. Or even like one of my other payloads or something. Crash it. How am I supposed to develop this if it's being a dick? I could do it through the data table. I do think the data table method would work. And then we just assign the data table row handle to like as a device with an array of program. Let me pee while it's loading. Ah, that's annoying. Really hot in my office too. I'll turn on my fan, that'll be better. Really shouldn't be so warm in here, but it is. It's like 23 today. Okay. Let's transfer this to a data table. It's like an interface data table, which I did have. I did have a DT interface, and this had the mapped drives. But I think most of the base interface commands would be the same, so I think we'll just make a separate table or data asset, actually, even for the base commands. The benefit here of the data asset is that we only want to have one version of this data configured at any time. And if we just can't fit this into the... it also makes it easily swappable too. So we can do a data asset. Oh, that's right. We have to do it based off of an object, don't we? Wait, do we? Or is it because data assets can only be defined in code? I kind of forget. Okay, you know what? I can, I'll do a data table, and then in the future, easy replacement if we need to. What's our structure for this? It's an array of... Hold on. An array of programs. ST gameplay CLI interface base programs. Selected type may not be compatible with the structure. It really doesn't like the nested instance structures, does it? That's a problem. I mean, now it did. Oh, you know what? I might have accidentally selected itself. I don't know. Now it's working, so I don't know. Don't ask me. And then in like the interfaces here, so which is this? This is network interface. We'll do mapped drives and then a row handle for base programs. And just set a default value of the row name for that. And so then that way when we're making new interfaces, right, like Rex's computer, right, we're just gonna have that that base program's already filled out for us, and then we can just fill out the interface name and the drives, what files and programs are in there, and we should be good. Alright, let's try this again. Invocation is cd, requires command. Command has a empty invocation with an argument, instance structure of... Please don't crash. It didn't crash. Thank God. With a string. We don't care about the string here, actually. We just need to check if it is a string. It is required. Is there anything we might need to include with the string, like forbidden characters? It is a CD, so we do have to wrap it in quotes, right? So we might need to include that. We might need to include that. The requires quote wrapping. Forbidden characters. I can either just do it as a string and then we can parse that into a character array and compare that way. Ooh, what's gonna be the most optimized for that? I mean, it doesn't matter if we're pulling out the string array or starting with an array. It doesn't really matter. We're gonna end up doing the same kind of check no matter what. So that should be fine. Let's do it like this. Okay, required with quote wrapping. I don't actually know What are the forbidden characters when you are naming a file or folder? Because we'll just include those here, right? It's mostly for immersion purposes. Article says the forbidden reserved characters. Okay. I will just include all those then. Okay, that was easy to find. And then in the, where are we looking at? The network interface, instead of having the base interface programs, we'll just do the data table row handle. And require the data table here. Yeah, we'll include the base one in the plugin, and like we'll know that these work. But then you can also integrate your own, or just make your own data table and remove any of those that you don't want to work. So they'll still work because they're going to be part of the subsystems, or I'm sorry, the interface's base. Like functionality, but you will never be able to parse into them because they aren't going to be recognized. But then of course you can always add more by adding in those base ones, copying them, and then adding in more programs and extending it out. I would think, because then you could have, yeah, because if you like have a run command function on the parent with the return of be successful, and we find that to be false, I don't know. Let's just make this work. It might be the reality that you can't add more base commands. I guess that's fine. This plugin is probably only going to live in Redlock anyway, and not in any future games. So it is what it is. Alright, CD is good. Next one is help. We do require a command, empty invocation, and this is a command or program, but in this case they should both be strings. Here's the thing though, like the CD location requires it to be wrapped in quotes. I don't believe that the help command should require anything be wrapped in quotes. However, commands and programs are both a single string without white space. I don't think we should delete or handle white space on the parsing level as the argument. Well, when we're handling the help command, if we realize that there are two arguments being passed, then we'll just either ignore anything after the first, or print a a string into the command line. So I don't think we care about how many arguments the player is passing. We're probably just going to handle the first one for the help and discard the rest. So that'll just be another string argument. That is required, does not require quote wrapping, and I don't think we will forbid any characters. At least for now. Okay, number 3, directory. That's an easy one. No commands, no arguments. List, type. And that will be very similar to help, where we just check the type of thing that we're looking to list, devices or subsystems. Required, no quote wrapping, no forbidden characters. It either matches devices or subsystems or it doesn't match. And we say this type is not a valid thing to list. Okay, 2 easy ones, CLS and exit. Run program.exe. That is required, no quote wrapping. We could forbid the same characters as CD, I think, here. Since, that wouldn't be allowed in the file name anyway. Okay, system info and time are both simple, they don't have anything with them. That should be the base commands. Like, obviously we need to handle them, right, and do certain things, but when the player loads up this interface, then we can gather all programs and list a whole bunch of, valid invocations. I don't really know how we're going to set up that data, but we have the data, and so we just need to determine what the best way to parse it is. What's up, Kent? What a boy. Alright, I shouldn't need to touch this for now. That should be okay. This base programs are mapped drives. Yeah, we have a C drive. Test interface. And then on the interface, config. The interface itself just has the oops. Hold on. Yeah, keep that none. We'll just have the row data table row handle and the array of soft actor references. And so then when you implement the component on a terminal or anything else you want to open up one of the command line widgets, we set the devices and the config here. Then the connected devices, if we go back to our diagram here, so we should have these sorted out. Data drives and base interface programs. We also gather from subsystems and devices. Subsystems. Devices are kind of easy, but subsystems might be a little bit more challenging. Especially because if it's bitching at me for making an actual variable in one of the one of these devices or subsystems about the programs because of the instance data structure, that's going to be a problem. And maybe I could either reuse this data table or use a separate one for like program sets. I think I would just reuse this one. Like program set, interface base. However, the interface base should live on the plugin, and we should probably use I could try something I've never used before, which is a composite data table. Because we want the same structure, but we want to be able to merge the two data tables. But I have no idea how they work. Okay, so you just combine them. So we would just make a new one for our own programs and the sets of commands that they would have. Trying to think of all the use cases and any potential problems I might have. Would this allow me to define base programs? Obviously yes, because we already did that. Would this allow me to define subsystem programs? These subsystems could implement a data table row handle with an interface that grabs that data table row, because then we can use the interface to check if this is a subsystem that we are actively able to interact with. And then we gather the data table row and build the sets of programs off of that. Now I just pulled a muscle. Hold on. I mean, we might consider each gameplay subsystem to be its own program, right? Or we're just thinking of it the same way that we think of these programs. These base interface programs are basically just separate commands with empty commands, and then they require an argument. So it's more of how we are visualizing them versus how we're treating them in data. So we would have the device program, and we might have multiple programs per devices, but these are split up into separate blueprint components for the sake of reusability. Exactly. I also moan at the idea of reusability. How you doing, M. Smith? Happy Thursday, guys. Wish it was Friday, but you know. Best we can do for right now. We then might have like the power subsystem, right? We consider this a program, so it would have a specific program invocation. But we're interacting with the same thing, so we don't need to route this to a different... For the subsystem specifically, we don't route this to a separate component because we can't have components in subsystems, right? So we just treat this as... We treat the entire power subsystem as one program, and then use commands and arguments to filter different things. Probably. I know for sure the power subsystem is one of the subsystems we have to have usable here. Let me load it up. Let me load up the power subsystem. What are our commands here? I know for sure we have power and unpower tag as a exposed function. Let me see what's public. Fully uninitialized receiver with subsystem. That is not a command. Power subsystem receiver is not a command. Unpower is not a command. Power subsystem location tag are the ones that we want to be available. So these are power subsystem let's say power low. I mean, we can change the invocations later. I don't really want to think too deeply about those right now. And then the tag of these are the tags I use for now, but we could always make these a bit more player friendly, right? Like name the room something specific. So if we treat this as the it's almost the device power sub. Connected devices. I mean, I put them here, right? Like I have persistent object contexts. That's in the subsystem. But isn't it possible that we might want little devices or computers that are not connected to the network? For whatever reason? And you can only just, you know, access the data on them. They don't have any connected devices. They aren't connected to the network. Yesterday I had to turn in a car rental, and also yesterday got served papers for a $1 million lawsuit. The fuck? $1 million lawsuit due to an accident with a neighbor. Jesus Christ. Lovely stuff, huh? It's always possible shit like that can get thrown out. And I mean, 1 million is what the claimed damages are, right? Then they have to prove that those are the damages. Can't go to court if they aren't alive. Don't take that advice. That's some like Clinton level advice right there. Have a better accident. I like the phrasing on that. I think it is possible that we wouldn't want all devices to be connected to the network. There's a couple ways we could handle this. We could either move the persistent object contexts out of the subsystem, you know, because right now I'm gonna put in like the power subsystem, right? I could always move them out of there, but then it's either... Or no, if I don't move them out of there, but I have it handled on the individual interface, then I pretty much just do like a Boolean, right? Has access to network, or let's say persistent objects, or doesn't have access. Just a simple Boolean. But that's either all or nothing. Or we define persistent object context somewhere else on a per interface basis. Let's think. we have the power subsystem. The power subsystem is a pretty important subsystem for the facility of Redlock, right? Being able to manage the power and where it's being routed. I don't imagine every or most of the devices in the station should have access to this. In fact, it should be very few. So I do like being able to define persistent context on a per interface basis. However, I think that there might be a lot of overlap to certain subsystems depending on what we make, where maybe most interfaces should have access to that subsystem, in which case I would want there to be a easy way to set this. So we could do another data table row handle where we define the subsystems on that per interface basis. Like here. Here we have the interface names, so like Bob's computer, the mapped drives, and that's a data table row handle, and then the drive letter, right? So this is the C drive, the D drive, whatever. That's very interface specific, right? Because that's like unique data that's part of that computer. Then we have the base programs that are available on that command line. And that's a data table row handle. So we could do another data table row handle here for persistent object context. And then we can say, okay, this is a security terminal, so these always have access to this subsystem. This is a personal computer, so it doesn't have access to any network, or maybe just like basic network ones, like personal computer, persistent networks and stuff, or objects. I know I'm saying a whole bunch of stuff. I apologize. It's confusing to me too. And what should that look like? Contacted the insurance company that they stated they never already received $11K and cashed the check, and that statements in the court filing is different than the police and insurance paperwork. As they suffer from anxiety and depression, I'm going to see about a countersuit for mental duress. Oh, it was like a car accident? I mean, it's possible that they have to prove it, right? Because if they already received money from the insurance company for the crash, and you didn't mention that like they spent time in a hospital. So if they can't prove that they spent time in a hospital and they can't show that the amount, I mean, it seems like a problem with the insurance company, not you too, right? Like you have insurance, so that's the point of insurance, is to remove liability from you. And if they have a claim where it cost more than the insurance company gave them, or they spent time in the hospital, that is what insurance is for. So I don't think that they have, I don't think that they have any right to sue you. So I can totally wholeheartedly understand that this is like super stressful for you. Nobody wants to receive some papers in the mail or from a somebody handing them and saying you owe me $1 million. I think I'd like flee to Mexico if I received anything like that out of fear. So I can understand that's pretty fucking stressful. Ugh. Maybe I'm glad I don't drive. I've never owned a car or a driver's license. I do want to be able to go places, though. It's kind of cool they have mutable... Ooh. I need to learn more about, like, mutable objects in programming. Because I feel like this is, like, one of the biggest level ups that I could do to my architecture if I just understood what they do and how to use them. But I don't know anything. Okay, what am I making a structure of? This is structure of... What am I doing? Persistent objects. And then a data table of that array. I'm pretty sure I can just do hard object I have to do hard object references. Because I need to test if there's an object of that type loaded. I can't use class because I can't test if there's a object of class type loaded. I can get all actors of class, but I can't get all objects of class, and subsystems are not actors, they are subsystems. I can't do soft object because the object does not exist in the scene for me to make a soft reference to it. I might need Kotspur's help with this. If I can't check if that object is loaded. I mean, major damage to their car when my mechanic as well as the body shop both stated it was a light tap. There's no way they could have suffered physical harm. Plus they have 3 vehicles, yet they're claiming loss of use, so things do not add up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get anything from that. Damages have to be proven. And if they went in and they got... I mean, if they got money from the insurance company, they would have had to prove to the insurance company that this is how much it costs, right? And so if they already got money and proved that it costs this much, then the insurance company has proof. Like, no, it did not cost more than this because we paid them this much because they gave proof that it only cost this much. Were you in the hospital? Are you claiming, you know, physical pain and shit? You didn't go to the hospital, so you clearly didn't have a problem. Yeah, so I think there, yeah, I don't think you have anything to worry about other than this is annoying and going to waste your time. But if you have any fees for it, I think that you'd have to talk to a lawyer, but I think you can request that any fees that you pay to deal with this, you could probably request from the, you could do a countersuit for it. But I don't know. Non-zero chance that you have to eat the cost of it. Buy a dash cam. I don't know. I really feel like they have no case against you, and they have an issue with the insurance company, because that's why you have insurance. Otherwise, what would be the point? They're asking for a jury trial? I think that's even better for you, because if they're asking for a jury trial, I mean, they're not going to get it, but if they were to get it, then because it's a jury trial, I think you have a much better case of asking for the lawyer fees to be paid on your win. I don't know. We're just internet lawyers today. Oh, the insurance company is supplying a lawyer to you. You know, that's actually, I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like insurance companies have really good lawyers. Like, you've just been handed Johnny Cochran, right? I have the power of God, anime, and the insurance company on my side. I dare you to say that in court. What's up, Anomalies? I'm just imagining you standing up and saying, I have the power of God, anime, and the insurance company. Your Honor, jury of the court. I would be a leader. I feel like the public defenders would be dog shit, right? Because this is such a stupid case that isn't going to help them at all. Especially if it's like kind of frivolous. But the insurance company, they would be liable in this case. So if they do want to help you, because they don't want this guy to have to be, you know, getting paid $1 million from them. Also, I think insurance companies, I guarantee insurance companies also have like really good investigative accountants. Multiple, probably teams of investigative accountants to handle like fraud and to deny claims that are valid because of people not filling out paperwork properly. So, I mean, this is the case where having the insurance company, lawyers, and investigative accountants is probably a good thing. Yeah, this is just the programs, the network interface. This is just the test one. So we actually don't want to fill this out because as part of there is no persistent object context that's part of the plugin that we require mentioning. But we do need to make a data table in our project or move this to our project because this also does not need to exist in the plugin, actually, this whole thing. Let's just rename this folder to gameplay CLI. And then we're going to move that data table there. I am not filtering for... Where's my redirectors? Oh, I do have show redirectors on. Oh, there it is. Okay. I've been having the biggest cravings for bruschetta. I'll tell you something. I don't like it. I find it too dry. Like, the taste is good, but it's so dry. I think to ask for compensation for loss of time for job hunting. Have you been able to get in touch with the lawyer from the insurance company yet, or are they like gonna? They've said we're gonna set you up with one. Give us a few days. I mean, the fact that the insurance company is coming to your side in this already says, yeah, we realize that this is actually our liability and not yours. So, you know, you might sit down with him, talk to him, fill him in on the details, or her, and then you can just tell them that, like, they'll probably just say, like, look, we got it from here. This bitch ain't getting shit. Yeah, they'll probably just say, look, you give us all the information you have, here's what we need, and then you're fine. Don't talk to them, don't send them anything, don't interact with them, buy a dash cam. That's usually how lawyers are, right? Was the accident your fault or was it their fault? Like from the insurance and police perspective? Interface-based programs. Okay, Redlock in it. Ooh, what? Uh-oh. I think those are fine. Me renaming stuff. Okay, we're not gonna mess with this right now. We don't need to mess with this. We will need to make a separate base programs data table. You know, let me do that just to have it. DT, gameplay, CLI, Redlock. Wait. I'll do CDT, or composite data table. I wonder if it'll be okay that it's empty. Seems to be fine with that. Yeah. Okay. Funnily enough, I found a use for the composite data tables that I think is really nice, where you have base plugin data and then your own data, and you want to combine that and reference only one set. Per them, it was mine as I was backing out of my driveway and did not see them in any view, so they're claiming negligence as well as gross negligence. First name my name alone, not the insurance company. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, the nice thing I say, not the greatest word to use here, but about damages is they have to prove it, and if they can't prove the damages, they don't get the damages. So they can claim up to $1 million, but if there's like, okay, but you fixed your car, the insurance company gave you $11,000. The insurance company already paid you, so what are you looking for money for? They can't sue you for negligence because they already got the money for the damages. Negligence is civil, they have to then prove damages for the negligence, they already got the money for that. Okay, these are the base programs. We don't need to touch this anymore. We moved this to Redlock. We need to make the persistent objects. Was it March 2025 on the day of the incident? Was one claim. The next day it held, so there was a separate claim, and in the pics it looks like the car had previous damage as well. Hey, if you have pictures of that, that's good. Double jeopardy? I don't know if double jeopardy applies to civil cases. I know it for sure it applies to criminal, but this wouldn't be criminal. I don't know if they could claim negligence anyway. Because it's not like you... Negligence wouldn't that be a modifier on top of a criminal charge? Not a civil charge, and negligence... I don't know. Subrogation or principle against double recovery. Subrogation? I've never heard of that word. The legal right of an insurance company to step into the shoes of a policyholder to collect money from the person or company that caused an accident or loss. Costs from at-fault parties returning deductibles to insured clients, keeping insurance prices low. So they're going, what, through their insurance company? Yeah, but it's an individual suit. It's not the company suing you. It's the individual. How it works, your company pays first. Wait, no, that would be M. Simmons' company stepping in to collect money from them, not the other way. So I don't think so. That causes harm or injury to another person. It says other person though, not to other. Defendant owed a legal responsibility to act. They must prove all four elements. The defendant failed to meet the standard. But real measurable harms. It's like if they didn't go to, oh, it's property damage. Yeah, but there's no car that costs $1 million here. They're probably driving like a Honda fucking Civic. I don't know what they were driving. But it's like, where's the $1 million? Yeah, if you had insurance that covered that, which I don't know if you do, then that would, you're not liable. I mean, I'll put it this way. The fact that, like, M. Simmons' insurance company said that they will provide a lawyer, I think already proves that they are liable. Because otherwise they would say, we're not liable, you have to find your own lawyer. But the fact that they've already done it seems to me as if this isn't Like, this isn't gonna be a problem. Give me a sec. Ugh. Okay, persistent objects. We'll just do like a base row with all of our subsystems as a way to test, because then we can just route commands to any of them, and that's a good way to test if they're working. Test all. Where's my array of objects? Maybe we can't have that. Maybe that's not okay. Here's the thing, I don't know how to use a... We definitely can't do a soft you know, let me double check, because I did try that before, but maybe it actually will work. Why couldn't we do a soft object reference? Because we can just resolve it. What the fuck is an achievement blueprint library? Don't get distracted. Let me try it. Let me try it. I could have sworn that I already did this, but maybe not. We'll do a post initialize. Let me do a delay just to ensure that it has actually been loaded. I could do a load at, no, let me do a resolve, because then I can just check if it's already loaded. I didn't see it print, probably because I didn't make a version of that subsystem. Yeah. I just need to do this and then it'll load. This is true. Okay, so maybe I fucked something up last time I checked, or I didn't check. But it does say it's valid. Okay. It's a good thing. I'll just double check if the actual individual Redlock one is loading. It should. True. Okay, good. Alright. You're hungry and ate my array of objects? Damn it. You're in Texas? Shout out to Texas, dude. fucking love Texans. Where are you living in Texas? Actually, you don't have to say that because that's kind of doxing yourself, even if it's just the city, but you don't have to answer that. Per Google, under Texas law, you're only entitled to be compensated once for your total actual damages. Yeah, that could help then. San Antonio. I've never been to San Antonio. I've driven through Dallas. I've been in Austin for a week. And then I've spent a bit of time in Brownsville, which if anybody is curious, I'll tell you where Brownsville is. I have a name for it. This is Brownsville, Texas. This is the border. The Rio Grande. I call this Mexis because it's the part of Texas that is actually honestly more Mexican than it is Texas. It's primarily Mexicans that you're gonna find there. Or Mexican Americans. My address is X, my door is digital lock code. What's your suitcase combination though? That's really what's important. How you doing, Andres, by the way? Okay, so we can just do an array of soft objects then. And we'll do the subsystem facility power. We'll have to integrate an interface or something to this so that we actually know what, commands or whether or not it can have commands sent to it and then parse and run those. Alamo downtown San Antonio is the only chapel and the place where Ozzy Osbourne peed on the Alamo. Nice. Nice. Remember the Alamo. What is this? Persistent objects. Test all. Okay. Oops. That should give us the access to everything then. We shouldn't need this. Yeah, we store the interface that we're using because we need to communicate between it. Obviously, we'll have like runtime objects. But the network interface itself is very easy. You just determine which data table row you are using for the interface. That's it. And the devices that are connected to it. And then we query, when you open up the interface, we're going to go through every device that's connected. We're going to force load it as well. Now, loading it into memory is going to be different than rendering it, right? So, of course, when we're standing in front of these three powered lights, they will be rendered. But we are going to load all those devices into memory so that we can run things onto them. And then we go through the network config, which has our base programs and our persistent objects, which we will also check if they're loaded and gather all of the commands for it, or at the very least, I don't know if we need to do a gather, right? Because we can just run that. I don't know, I might do a gather because it'll make queries while the interface is open faster than having to check every time you enter something, and that'll just be kind of like a potential tiny lag spike every time you're entering a command. We don't want that. So I'd rather one lag spike that plays async over like a interface loading animation, that would be a lot preferable to me. As he was banned from Texas, I didn't know that. Isn't he dead now? Wait, or is this what? Wait, I think he is dead now, isn't he? Did Ozzy die? Settlement. Most of these cases in Texas never see a courtroom. The defense lawyer will likely negotiate a settlement with the plaintiff's attorney. Settlement money will be paid entirely by the driver's insurance company. Sounds like you're good no matter what happens. I hope so. I really do hope so. I mean, you know, obviously, even if you're at fault, it is what it is, right? But that's why you have insurance. Your premiums go up. The insurance company pays. That's supposed to be the end of it. You know, that's your punishment, right? Not, hey, pay me $1 million because my neck feels a little bit weird. Yeah, rip Ozzy. Just like closing things I don't think I need right now. I don't know how much functionality in the interface itself we need apart from, are we opening the interface? What widget are we loading? And then mostly the player is communicating through the widget with the subsystem. We're just using the interface to do that initial kind of like routing and data configuration. I mean, I hope I don't have to do much. This is so confusing. Okay, and then we were thinking that the actor programs which would be like you know, device context, right? We need that, and then power on. You know, that's then also going to be the device program command. So we could specify the program setup not here, but rather just referencing the data table row to somewhere. Yeah, I called this Redlock interface programs. I might just call this like Redlock programs. Although we do need device invocation, but that's part of the device name. Let me open up the power program. So these are the program invocations. Nice, Spawn. And in our case, this would just be like program power. And it's just one program with a set of commands. But in this case, it's one program.
FBI, open up!
No. Show me your warrant. Power. It does require a command. And there's 3 commands. On, off, toggle. And there's no arguments to those.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Shiitake? Originally for Texas was Tejas? Just the word for friend? Could be, I didn't know that. I miss good Mexican food though. You can find like some good Mexican restaurants here in Poland, but they're very, very rare and they're pretty expensive. You're not gonna find like the ma and pa hastily wrapped chimichangas with inordinate amounts of red sauce poured over the top of refried beans and rice with absolutely no care taken to the spacing of objects on your plate kind of food. And if you live in the US, and especially M. Simmons knows that that is a perfect representation of ma and pa Mexican food. And I'll show anybody who doesn't know. This is like that's a pretty good looking Mexican food plate, but usually they just like it's all just in the same plate. It's all mixing with each other, and that's kind of like the fun of it, is that you have all these like mixing flavors and textures, as opposed to like some beautifully made, everything is spaced apart from each other kind of like nah, it's this. There's your burrito, there's your sauce, and next to it are your rice and beans with, yeah, your grated cheese on top of it. It's all mixed. And you better eat now because this shit's getting soggy. Hey, Yedamenzi, thanks for the raid. Hi, Raider. I promise we're not looking at Mexican. We were talking about Mexican food. And the pour everything on your plate kind of style of doing things. How you guys doing today? How's your Thursday? How was your stream? What were you working on? What's up, Dex? It's been a long time. I was gone for half a year. I am back. My surgery is done, and we're back in Redlock. Yesterday, I was showing off all the new stuff I've built because I have been working on Redlock in the meantime. But I think we'll do another day with that. Braid day. Well, like playing the game Braid or actually braiding hair? Hey, August, been a while, dude. Yeah, I lost my balls. I had to get a ball reduction. I was checking for the tab one because there were millions today. What's up? We're working on a in-game command line interface for the player to enter commands to interact with objects and subsystems, and then also be able to browse and navigate files and folder directories using a command line. And it is a lot of complex data and structures all hopefully gonna be working together. Way more complex than you would think. Penis and bird. Yeah, I'm making Linux, yeah. I will say that this is one of those systems that I was like, there's no way this is that difficult. And yet it's proven more difficult than most of my other systems. Just by the sheer fact that there are so many different variations and we have to develop a simpler, gamified architecture than you would find in other command lines, but also immersive and realistic enough to be believable. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. Get a test weekend with your project, you had around 20 people connected. Dude, nice. Congrats on that. Plastic technically it was a septoplasty, so it is, but I don't think they replaced my septum, they just corrected it. So I don't think it was actually plastic surgery, but rather a corrective, non-cosmetic surgery. This is as complicated as recreating the wheel. It shouldn't be this complicated, but it is complicated. Nothing like an intricate system to turn a week into years. This has taken me longer than I thought. I can tell you that. They give you pills? No. No. They gave me some opioids at the hospital for the first night. And those were horrible. And then after that, I was just relying on ibuprofen. Yeah, we actually shouldn't need any variables on this except for the data table row handle. They didn't give me pills, but we called a few days after because one of my there was like a larger side. I don't know what it's called, but you know, like if you look up your nose, there's like these little bumps near your septum, near the middle. One of those was larger and inflamed, and I thought that it was probably infected. So I did get a prescription for amoxicillin, but it wasn't like they gave that to me immediately. Yeah, it's called a septoplasty that I got. I just got the stents out on Monday. This is the nose, right? So this is a normal nose. And you have this deviation in your septum here that makes it very difficult to breathe. But you won't really see that you have a deviated septum. You're only going to see it if you look inside the nose. Yeah, I got a nose job. Yeah, actually this is a pretty good image too of it. The problem is, on the other side of your nose, there's what's called a turbinate, and this enlarges and also restricts breathing on the other side as well. So you're fucked on both sides. And so they have to go in, and for me, they straightened this, reduced the turbinate, and so now I have completely straight nostrils, as you should have. And it's crazy, I've never been able to breathe better than this. Or I can't remember the last time I was able to breathe better. Let's put it that way. Yeah, this is gonna be broken for right now, so I'm just gonna delete a bunch of this. Remember your knee surgery a few years back? I left a night hospital. All I had was painkillers. Went out with a few friends drinking. Ended up having a shot spilled onto my knee accidentally, and it seeped through the bandage. Oh my god, dude, that's horrible. You have that? You broke your nose and the septum broke, and then I broke it again the other way, so it's extra fuck. Jesus. Second nose break didn't break the septum. I think a lot more people. I didn't know. Like all I knew was I had trouble breathing. I had a lot of what's called post-nasal drip, so like really thick mucus that causes you to clear your throat and cough a lot. You know, I thought it was like maybe diet, right? Or maybe acid reflux. But it didn't explain the breathing problem. So they just looked at my nose, and two separate doctors were like, "Oh yeah, it's fucked." It's fucked. You need a septoplasty. I'm like, is it gonna get better? Can you do anything temporarily? They're like, no, it doesn't get better. It gets worse. And yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. You have to get the surgery. And it got worse pretty fast. Like within the course of a couple years, it went from I can breathe okay to I have actual trouble breathing. So if you think you have trouble breathing, you know, it's always worth it just to go in and have somebody look up there. It's very fast and they can just see if it's deviated or not. They don't even need to do an endoscopy or anything. What is the data table for this again? Was it base programs? I think it was, but I need to rename it. Yeah, I just need to rename it. What do we want to rename these? DT and CDT, gameplays, CLI. We can just do like object programs. I think that'll work. I did get it for free, but I had to wait a year. But it's the same surgery, the same care. You just have to wait a year. Versus like 2 to 3 months. Versus if you go in private. Trying to go in now that you have CPAP with sleep in. I can only sleep on one side. I was considering a CPAP for a while. I've heard it's pretty uncomfortable. But I hope you get a new surgery. Sorry if I miss any messages, by the way. Like I said, I didn't stream for the last 6 months, apart from yesterday, so I'm getting back into the swing of things. Rookie streamers. I did miss streaming. I will say it was kind of helpful because sometimes I will come in here to work on something and I'll sit down, I'll make like 1 hour of progress and then I'll delete it, and I had to go like for a walk and think about it, or like go to the mall, sit down and just like write some things out or mull through some ideas. Not every day is it possible to sit down and just make progress on something. So I want to be more aware of that, and if we just need to be like, look, today I can't. Let's just play some Balatro today or something. Did you figure out a good architecture for your CLI commands? I think so. I think I have the data in the way that I want it to, but now I need to actually parse that and manage it. I think it was 6 months. I think it was 6. I was also having like a bad mental state, to be honest. Like I was really stressed about my surgery, and I had a lot of doctor's appointments. And you know, if you're in the game dev industry right now, you will know that getting a job is impossible. Doesn't matter what skill level you are, especially if you're a junior, you're not getting a job. People are being laid off at Sony and Xbox, so you have to compete with people with these incredible portfolios. Good luck on that. And if you're living in any Western country, you can't compete with people who are living in countries that are cheaper because of remote work. So it's like, just like, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I either have to bash my head against the wall with Redlock for however much time it takes, and it's a difficult game, it's a very ambitious game, or waste my time sending resumes to companies that never respond back to me and never tell me why the answer is no. Competing with hundreds, if not over 1,000 people for some jobs where I know I'm not the most qualified. And nothing I say in my cover letter, which isn't going to be read anyway, is going to qualify me. It's like, you know, it's like, what do I do? Do I just not work in this industry, or do I just bash my head against the wall with Redlock? The answer is bash my head against a wall. But I'm not going to compromise this game for the sake of getting some slop out there in like 6 months. I'm not going to trend chase. Living off grid naked in the forest. Hey, it is tempting. I do like the nature. I have hunted, I've fished, I've camped. I enjoy that. I could do it. Right up until I get dysentery. Yeah, the AI. Well, the AI stuff doesn't bother me as much. Here's the scary part is, and kind of the mean part. I know that I am better situated than anybody else in this industry who is using AI. I know that. And I know that day to day I am learning and becoming better than somebody who is using AI. So I at least know that my velocity of like becoming a better developer is higher than anybody down here using AI. And it's only becoming more common to use AI. But at the same time, I think that the people who should feel the most threatened by AI are juniors in the industry. Because I'm sorry, but as a junior, you are going to suffer compared to a junior using AI. But the benefit is that as a junior, if you aren't using AI to become better, those are permanent skills that you know. You can teach to other people too. You can mentor as you get better and better. You can articulate things because you know how to do them. And that's only going to set you up better for the industry. And on top of that, I think players are continually rejecting AI in games and as, you know, as use cases for specific art. So I don't think we have too much to worry about with AI, but we do have a lot to worry about with the layoffs. Making small phone games around different holidays. I just don't know anything about the mobile market. I've never made a mobile game. I've never worked in a company that makes mobile games. I haven't heard good things about it, other than the fact that you can generally find jobs pretty easily, and they do pay, but you're not really looking at a good portfolio if you want to transfer into PC as much versus just making some PC games on your own. I don't know. I will say that this is the area of game dev that I know the least about, which is the mobile market. Because I've never worked in mobile, only PC and console. I don't see AI being a very useful tool in game dev, honestly. Fast is not always better, and just because you ask something to do something quickly does not mean that you are able to then do it yourself or articulate the architecture and reasoning behind why you're doing it. Which is arguably more important. And knowing how to debug it too. Since that is the thing that AI has been proven to be worse at than a competent developer. So the time that you save getting to some like minimum viable product or prototype version is countered by the amount of time that it takes to actually finish it, develop the right architecture, and then debug it and make it work in the rest of your game. Okay. I think I have two interfaces on here and I don't need both. I have run object program and run command. PC program. Oh, you know, these aren't coming from the interfaces. Command. This is pulled from the BPI. The arguments. I think that's still correct, that we just want to send the array of arguments. We don't care about anything else. Device or program. Actually, program, not device. Command and argument. I mean, we could send the whole thing over anyway, but I don't see any use case for needing to have the full command that was sent. Because it's not like we're going to parse it again. We're only going to parse the command and the argument. Aren't on your portfolio, these are free games with ads. I mean, I think making a free game or making like a freemium game is still worth putting on your portfolio. Like, the reason why a lot of people play mobile games and enjoy them and spend money on them is because they are addictive. And the purpose of an addictive game that has unethical monetization is very different from the purpose of a game being addictive that doesn't have that, right? There's a very, very big difference between the loot box style monetization and addictive nature and psychological manipulation of some mobile freemium game versus Vampire Survivors. They're both addictive, but for very different reasons. Because with one you just buy once and the other is expecting you to pay over and over and over again. So I think that if you're a game designer on those games, it is worth showing that off and being proud of that. However, these companies hire what are specifically called monetization designers. And these are technically game designers, or it's a branch of game design that specializes in the psychological manipulation in order to maximize monetization on a per user basis. And they will specifically design the games or counter the design from the game designers in a way that is, you know, enabling those trends, right? Like, okay, this is a cool system, but we need more flashy lights, we need more colors, we need more visual effects here, because that's how we see that 5% increase in revenue from the game, or a greater conversion of players to paid users by doing this. And they're the ones that kind of rape the actual enjoyable, ethical part of the game in order to fuck with people. And that's what I don't like. I don't like the idea of ever having to work on one of those games, because I know that my game design will get butchered, and I use this word very strongly. They will rape my game design. Not in a sexual way, but no. Means they're going to ruin it. And I can't do that ethically. I don't believe in that. I do not live on this world in order to take advantage of people. Your spouse is a victim of those. Shorten lives, make purchases, lives, pop-up appear bundles. Yeah, I mean, I've been addicted to games before, multiple times, and spent a lot of money on games that I've been addicted to. And I think that there are games where I have spent money because I firmly believe that I am enjoying this for the amount of hours and I want to support the developers. And there are other times where I have spent the money in a way that is because I am trying to... I feel manipulated, right? In like posterity. And that I don't like. I've spent, you know, when I played Warframe, I don't know how long did I play Warframe for. I don't play it anymore, but I used to. 3,000 hours, right? And I've spent a lot of money on that game. Let's just put it that way. Path of Exile, 4,000 hours. I've spent money on that game too. But these are games where I feel like I got my money's worth from it. They're games that meant a lot to me. Nowadays, I don't really play any live service games. to the point where I'm spending real money on it. I've stopped playing most live service or like MMOs. I just play like single player stuff or some co-op stuff. And Honey Pop. I beat Honey Pop. Say what you want, okay? I beat Honey Pop, and I'm proud of it. Do we want to have the input of the command? Because the program might have multiple commands. We were originally just doing it as arguments, but I think that run command... I'm okay with sending the command and the arguments and then letting the individual component route that as needed, even to multiple functions. But we need to send the command and the arguments, and not just the arguments. Okay, everybody admit it so I don't feel as bad. What is the most Gooner play with one hand, hide from library game that you've played? You don't have to have completed it, but you've started it up. You may have torrented it, right? You may have been gifted it, hide it from your library, but then, you know, played a little bit of it. I don't think it's a shame to admit there are some pretty good Gooner games out there. And there's Gooner games out there for everybody. You know, whether or not you prefer a big-breasted fox with tits and a dick, or 5 boys kissing each other at the same time. I think there's something out there for everybody. Hey, I'm just curious. I'm not gonna kink shame, okay? I promise, no kink shaming. But if you want to mention what the most Gooner game you ever played was, I say you go for it. Be proud of it. As long as it's not illegal. I wouldn't recommend saying that. But I mean, look, there are games like I don't know if I can show this on. Look, there are games like Radiator, okay? And these are exceptional titles. These are beautiful. I think everybody should be proud of these kinds of games. Okay, there might be a little bit of butt there. I'm not gonna show that. Fruit gooning games? What, like to fruit? Like an apricot? Euro Truck Simulator? What, is there like a mod for Euro Truck Sim where you can pick up hitchhikers? Like, what are they called? Roadies? Wait. Oh god, what are they? The truck stop? What's the term for the women that wait at truck stops and give guys blowjobs? It's kind of a self-report if anybody knows this in chat. Dog? No. Play Escape from Tarkov in your free time when I'm not in Unreal. Have you ever played Escape? Is it? You know what? It might be Lot Lizard. Yes, that might be the term. Have you ever played Escape from Tarkov, Dex? I swear to God, if I get in trouble on Twitch for showing Radiator. Did you ever play Duck Off? You gotta get it, dude. You have to get this game. You have to get this game. This game is so much fucking fun. No joke. You think this game is like a meme or like a spin-off? It is actually ridiculously fun and good and challenging. It is not easy. And I think they're coming out with like either free or paid deal. No, they're coming out with a bunch of free DLC. As far as I know, they've been releasing a whole bunch of new like maps and such, new quests, new weapons. You can't even see Radiator on Steam in Germany? Really? Why would it be banned though? Germany not like gays? There are 2 people playing it right now. It's a free game, so I mean, if you're just looking for something funny, or if you like gay dudes, like it's actually kind of interesting as a game. It's not available in Russia. Well, I mean, I have heard Russia is not the biggest fan of the gays. I was intrigued by the spanking scene. So what Radiator is, it's a collection of, I think, like 4 mini games. And I'll try to remember them. One of them is a game about like spanking and smacking a dude's ass, but not too much. He has to like it. Like that's the whole mini game. Another one is the popsicle one, where you have to like move the popsicle in and out of the guy's mouth while 2 versions of him stand there and like make poses. And there's some like cool music, and the popsicles, the more you move it, the more it melts. A third one is where you're like driving and you have to work your hand up and down the stick of, you know, the gear stick. And as you go faster and faster, you get put into the next gear, and like it gets more trippy, and like the guy driving starts making like orgasm faces as you do it. And then I think there's another one about like shooting condoms or something at penises. I don't remember. It's a very interesting game. I can only tell you that. I don't know why I'm explaining this game to you guys. I shouldn't even know it in this much detail, but I do. Heard it from a friend. You know, it's kind of funny, but like games like that actually are kind of interesting in terms of their design, because they've created what is a extremely simple, oftentimes like, you know, 1 or 2 buttons, enjoyable game with a very short gameplay loop. And they're often quite like artsy, so, but they're memorable. Like I only played Radiator 2 once. It used to be called Radiator 2, but now they changed the name once. And that was years and years and years ago. And anybody who knows my memory knows that it's dog shit. Like goldfish have better memory than me. But I remember those games. Say what you want, but I think it worked. It's silly, it's weird, it may not be the most engaging, but it was memorable. And at the end of the day, if I remember a game fondly, and I remember it well, did it not succeed at being a good game? I don't know. You know, games like Death Stranding, like the first Death Stranding was not as well developed as the second game, but I remember it really well, and because of that, I almost think that it's a more meaningful game in my life than a game that is quote better or objectively more defined in certain areas, but is less memorable to me. It's one option for why you remember it so well. It was just kind, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. I'll remember a comically terrible game. Yeah. Especially if it's my only homoerotical experience. I don't know. Like, as a game designer, I kind of wonder if it's more important to make a good game or to make a memorable game. And I will say that memorable, if it's frustrating, is not nearly as good as if it's memorable because it's interesting. But I'll change it to say, I wonder if it's more important to make a good game that's forgettable or a less good game that is memorable. I wouldn't even say fun, because I don't think that a game designer's goal is to make a game fun, but to make it entertaining. Like, the first 15 minutes of The Last of Us is not fun, but it is entertaining. You know, it's sad. Like, people cry because of that. You're not having fun, but you are engaged, you're immersed, you're entertained. And so I think it's more important to make an entertaining game than like specifically a fun game. It's not fun to die back to back in bosses in Elden Ring, but it feels damn good when you finally beat it. And that friction, or that juxtaposition of emotions, carefully curated and managed so as not to become too much in one direction, where a game is either too easy and never giving you that challenge, or too challenging and never giving you that rewarding feeling. That's bad pacing, right? So you want to find a way to pace your game with the emotions, the entertainment, and the engagement in ways that build those memorable moments. Yeah, KSP. I mean, KSP is actually kind of like that too, right? Where anybody who's played Kerbal Space Program knows that and remembers all the stupid failed rockets to finally get something into orbit. And that felt amazing. And then the first time you got into orbit around the moon, amazing. The first time you landed, and the first time you actually got back from the moon. And then you realize that there's like, oh, now there's Mars and, Pluto, and like, it's amazing. Yeah, it's frustrating, you're angry, but then once you finally do it, it's like, I did it. And so I don't know if, to me at least, as a game designer, I don't like to say that our goal is to make fun, but rather to make entertainment. And entertainment is that, is the mix of emotions and experiences paced in a specific order or in a player-driven order that then arrives at those emotional moments that you want. Whether that's, feeling sad, feeling angry, feeling, then like, you're, what's the word for it? Like, you're anxious because it's a chase scene or something, right? And your heart's pounding, and then that relief as you hide and you're safe. And I think that people describe that as, I'm having fun playing this game, but it's not necessarily that the individual experience is fun, but the experience as a whole is fun. Yeah, like suspense, yeah. It's like psychology, emotions, all that stuff. What's up, Ezra? Sorry, I'm gonna get back to work. You guys. Get him talking about game design and he never shuts the fuck up. That's true. In order to properly get the commands and the invocations for this, we'd have to know which data table we're specifically referencing, and I think we use a composite data table. So I might not implement these at the base level, but I will implement the BPI as part of the base. And then just require, I think I'll make another class for Redlock program base and reference my combined data table. I'm not sure, I might move that later. But technically, my plugin should be very basic and not really have a whole bunch of like the core stuff already set up, but rather just provide you with the tools to quickly set up what you need in your game. I understand why office workers are less productive than working from home, apparently. I get what you mean. I don't think office workers are less productive. I think there's a lot of productivity that happens in the conversations and in the, water cooler discussions that get had. Like, problems get solved, I think, faster at offices, even if the minute task efficiency is less productive at the office, right? When you have a task and you just need to sit down and not be disturbed, I think the office is less efficient. But when you're trying to solve problems or talk and discover solutions, you are less efficient at home. Which is why for like me as a game designer, I find it more efficient to be working in an office because a lot of my job is communication, solving those problems, discussing potential solutions. Then I can just go and sit and work on a document. Then we have a meeting about it, so it's like most of my job is a meeting versus a programmer who might be mostly working directly on task to task to task and doesn't want those interruptions. In short, I hate remote work personally, but I don't have any other option right now. What was I doing? Oh, making a base. Getting interrupted while in the flow is the worst. Yeah, it is. I think that, the offices probably could have just done and some did, I will say that. Like, some places I've worked, it's been kind of horrible with distraction. Others have been better. But I will say nothing was better for my job as a designer than going out to lunch with the people that I had at the office. And the people I usually went out to lunch with were the lead programmer, lead artist, one of the level designers, and one of the members of QA. And actually he was the lead QA. So like our lunches were basically just meetings with food. But they were casual, right? So we didn't always discuss work, but we sometimes brought it up, like on the walk to the place where we ate. It was like, hey, what do you think we should do for this system? Can we do that? Oh, that's gonna be really tough. Okay. Oh, but we could do this other thing. Okay, I'll think about that. And it's like those spontaneous discussions that never happen on some like Discord or Teams or whatever. None of that ever happens. And I think that those spontaneous discussions actually did solve a lot or prevented a lot of time waste. My job is to be interrupted by the plebeians and fixing their fuck-ups. Yeah, I mean, as a game designer, my job is to kind of be interrupted all the time, too. People asking questions, getting clarification. What are you gonna do? Making an aircraft game in Unity for mobile? Yes, making our dream game is hard, especially when it comes to staying motivated. It is. I don't know. I'm motivated. But at the same time, when you're looking up at Mount Everest of work and you wish that you just had a little bit of resources or a little bit more people to help, it does kind of suck. I don't want to rant about it too deeply. I can only put it this way. I know so many people who are lacking a job right now, and my only advice to them is that you could spend 8 hours a day sending out applications, but I'm sorry, right now, the chances of getting hired, unless you have an incredible like golden portfolio, it's just not going to happen for some people. And I would almost say that while it's worthwhile to send out an application or two every week, you should spend the rest of your free time working on games, usually for free. Either your own or with other people, because at least you are keeping up your skills. You are potentially making a small game that you can add to your portfolio. You're showing that you're not just sitting there waiting for the next job to appear. And the reason why I recommend doing that is because if you aren't doing it, somebody else is doing it. And this is a very competitive market and industry where if you aren't doing something, then somebody else is, and that means that you are going to look worse than them. Oh, and network too. And I think that doing projects with other people does help you network. In between times when you're both at work but not working, so your brain is not in park or neutral, but also not in drive. Let something extra creep in, yeah. We'll name this like git program commands. But I think we could just do... Is there a reason why we can't just poop out a whole list of strings? I don't see why not. Because this only parses device and programs. This parses... Wait, why do we need commands then? If this is only parsing device and program. We need program invocations. We do not need command arguments. His job market reminds me of the Great Depression when you see hiring signs all over, but no one is hiring. Yeah, that too. The amount of ghosting. I mean, even I've gotten some, like, you know, I've applied and they send me the pitch deck. And I read it, I'm like, yeah, everything looks good. Like, this is a game that I know I could work on and design. Nothing. Recently, I did the interview. It was somebody that I had known before, I had met. I sent over my CV because we had a really good talk about what it was, and I said, yeah, I think I could do it. I'll send you back my, just CV for formality reasons, because we already knew each other, and the amount of pay. And he said, everything looks good, amount of pay is acceptable, we'll send you over the contract. I get the contract. I have a couple of problems with the contract because it's missing some things that I would like. Nothing. And I don't think that my problems with the contract were, like, ridiculous. I'll try to find it. There was just, like, one section was vaguely worded, so I just asked if that could be, cleared up. I said that there was nothing in the contract about remuneration in the case of termination, so I was just saying, could we add a clause that states that if terminated, any unpaid invoiced hours are taken care of? I said the contract doesn't include any information about like costs. So if they have to, you know, if I have to travel or go to a conference or something, who handles the payment on that? A clause stating that if they fail to pay me after a certain amount of time, I have the right to suspend my work. There was no liability cap, so that my financial exposure as a contractor was theoretically unlimited, and liability caps are very common in contracts, so that's not even crazy. There was no force majeure clause, so like, you know, earthquake hits. Obviously, I'm probably not going to be able to work or something, so there was that. Yeah, like protection if the client is the cause of the delay, so that it's not my fault that I didn't deliver this on time, it's because they were delaying things. And for disputes, that mediation and arbitration are more preferable than immediately going to the courts. Like, those were my only things. I said everything else is fine. I know they sound a little bit nitpicky, but they're there to protect both of us. Silence. And I don't think that's too crazy. Mom, send that stuff like privately, because it's just, look, I can delete your message, but everybody's read it already. Do not send private information on Twitch. It is just a rule for all streamers. It's an accepted thing. Keep private and family stuff out of the Twitch chat, because you never know who's looking. You never know who's going to use that or become parasocial because of it. Do not type personal stuff in Twitch chat, especially when it relates to me. It's kind of like a form of adjacent doxing. God, they fucking boomers. Actually, speaking of boomers, did you guys see that Roku is having they have a 24-hour AI channel on Roku now? Have fun with that one. What I call program data config. Okay, and this one is our Redlock version, so we can reference the get data table. Wait, I gotta break it. We'll do a validity check. First and foremost, get data table row. It is very common to never know what happens. I will say this: when you apply for, if anybody's not in game dev, when you apply for a job in game dev, 95% of the time, minimum, you will never get a response back about whether or not you were accepted or denied. The 5% of the time that you do get a response back, look, I'll give them benefit of the doubt. 90% of the time you don't get a response back. The 10% of the time that you do get a response back, you will never be able to know or ask why they rejected you. Even if it's just that, hey, we found somebody more qualified. You don't get that. They just say you weren't picked. That's what it's like in this industry. And even if you get as so far as interviews, it is very common to never make it past interviews or to be ghosted after an initial interview or two. There's stories, sadly, all over LinkedIn of that shit. It's not just the game industry. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I talked to my wife and stuff about like I really wanna like start up a cidery. I don't know, it's like this pipe dream of mine. And I'm trying to tell her, I'm like, you don't understand. Starting up a business, finding an orchard to supply apples, actually making the cider, having these large, mechanical vats doing the fermentation and the aging and the conditioning, and enough like, you know, space to store the conditioning and then offloading all of the product that you make is 10 times easier and knowable than anything related to game dev. I can do all the calculations for cost for a cidery. Like, I know the people that I have to hire for it. It's so infinitely easier than if you ask me what do I need to budget for my game. Like, well, I don't know, because I have to work for 2 years on the fucking vertical slice. What's the structure for this? This is like programs, right? Interface based. I gotta rename that. Yeah, my cider was amazing. If anybody's Polish, you'll know that Polish people don't ever say anything is good. Every Polish person I gave my cider to said that it was great. Or really good. Minimum. So that means I'm onto something. Actually, I should check if this is not empty before we do the array. So I made a YouTube video without my wife or me knowing. I did some cyber stuff back in the day, and after 1 or 2 of his videos, I found out our address and which school he went to. Yeah. 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 You'd be like, you gotta take this down. You don't know what you're doing. Look, we have to have the talk. And the talk, you know, back when in like the early 2000s was PP go into Vegab and Baba come out 9 months. But the talk nowadays is you do not own a social media account. We are restricting you. No Bluey good, Cocomelon bad. Are there any good like resources for parents for like YouTube channels that are good for different age groups? I've always wondered if there's something like that. I think there is, because even as a non-parent, I can see so much desire for that. And I'd love to like submit certain YouTube channels to some site that curates stuff like that. Like if anybody knows like Smarter Everyday, Veritasium, Practical Engineering, like there's some really good stuff that's like super safe for kids of various ages. Or like Mark Rober is a good one too. I know they have YouTube Kids, but YouTube Kids is like full of sexual stuff. Sadly. I wouldn't trust YouTube Kids. Stuff made here. Nile Red isn't Nile Red and Nile Blue, but I don't know if sometimes he swears. So you know, like there'd have to be like a, hey, if you're okay, PG-13, mild language. This one, absolutely no language of any kind. This is safe for like kids of all ages. Not like that all kid stuff from my childhood are considered kids. I mean, there's also like channels that do full. Like, you can find, like, all the Magic School Bus stuff. You know, if anybody remembers this. So, I'm sure this is on YouTube Kids, right? But it also, it would be good if there was just an easy website for, like, YouTube stuff where a parent could go and be like, okay, my kid is 8 years old, so everything that's here and up is recommended as educational, not brain rot, or, you know, we can specify like this is scientific. Maybe your kid's into you know, into chemistry, and so you can, you know, let them watch Nile Red and stuff. I think that's really cool stuff. Kim Possible, yeah, Kim Possible. SpongeBob, I think you can get full SpongeBob episodes and stuff too. You're Australian, we don't care about bad expressive language. I think for Australians, if you mash together two insulting words, you generally will come across an Australian insult that already agrees, or already exists. Or just even two random words. Something like, you know, like fuck muffin is probably a common Australian insult. I love Australians. You've said that. Of course you have. Okay, so when we're gathering program invocations, we don't care about the command or like anything about the commands. We just care about invocations. So we will have to keep a runtime local variable of our valid invocations. I don't think we can append arrays and check for duplicates, so we would have to do a for each loop on that. I'll double check. Yeah, there's no duplication check, so we'll just do another for each is not empty. Oh, it's 3 p.m. Okay, we'll have to work on the schedule spreadsheet that I promised. It's a heap of AI garbage and other strange grooming and fetish type stuff on YouTube Kids. Yeah, there is. If anybody is like curious or a parent, there's one really good video that I know about, which is this one, Cocomelon, the most evil channel on YouTube by SunnyV2. Watch this and never let your kid watch Cocomelon ever again. It's just straight brain rot. There's no need for it either when there are so many better shows. I think Bluey and Paw Patrol are both pretty damn good for kids, generally. Blue is no longer Australian. Americans bought it, so it's going to be Pooh now. I didn't even know Bluey was originally Australian. Don't the Australians ban games, though, if they have a little bit too much blood in them? I don't think we ever need to... I don't think we need to store the current string being tested. This will just have a print on duplicate command. And then we'll do a separate duplicate check too when we are gathering programs on like the subsystem level. You saw a vid where a woman said there are no more You guys love distracting me with weird stuff. Now I'm thinking about how she arrived at this. I think the best kids shows are something that also, you know, parents can enjoy too. Even if it's childish, sure. I mean, but the reason why we think so fondly of classic Disney animations are because they are very human stories that are timeless and ageless. I mean, sure, Up is a movie that you could argue is for kids, but I don't think kids are going to understand the wordless montage at the start of Up where they try to have a child and the woman has a miscarriage and how this affects their life moving forward and makes him into the grumpy old man. I don't think kids are going to understand that, but parents will. And it, you know, if you write a show well enough, I think it is completely age agnostic. Shout out to Miscarriage. Never mind. I don't think we need to. We could print a log warning for there not being any programs. Certainly we need one for the data table being invalid and for the row not being found, because that's a misconfig. We could print a soft warning and just remove it if we feel like that's not needed. So that'll just go to the log. Oh, it's talking about like how they behave and consume stuff that used to be for older kids. Maybe. Maybe. Jokes like over kids' heads if they're having people over for coffee or a barbecue, the background conversations are what you would actually hear, like gossip and stuff. Yeah. I mean, think of like there are lots of adult jokes in like Shrek. But I mean, we all liked Shrek when it came out when we were kids. Because there were plenty of jokes for kids too. Or that kids could understand and enjoy. They're like the kids from Sandlot. That's an old movie, Sandlot. It's an old book, if I remember correctly. We could print a soft warning too if there are no invocations, because I don't see a reason why a program wouldn't have any invocations, because then it's not a program. And this will be not a soft error, but rather a explicit error, script error. And that's referencing BPI Gameplay CLI Actor Program. We might be able to rename that to just like program. Yeah, I don't see why we can't use that generically. Let's just run program and get program invocations for now. Maybe before I go any deeper, what we'll do is work on the... that's a pretty good place to pause. And then we'll fill out our schedule for the rest of the next couple months. I'll even delete the stuff that... When did I last stream? What was my last day? Let me check YouTube. Well, no, we didn't upload that day to YouTube, did we? March 19th? Something around that date. And that was the last dev day. I don't remember. All I know is this definitely didn't happen. Yesterday was August 12th. That's not August. '31 Friday. Yeah, all my numbers are wrong. When were they last right? I was at halfway through August, right? Okay, 30 Thursday, that looks correct. May 30 Thursday, that is not correct. Wait, that's April. 31 Sunday, that looks correct. Okay, so probably from June I didn't have it correct. Or no, June looks okay. July Wednesday. That's correct. Okay, so it's August. We start on a Friday. "31 days. That correct? Ends on a Monday? Yeah. Okay, I'll fill out like August and September. We could do the rest of the year, I guess. Okay, we started 12th. Everything before that was nothing. We back, we ball. Hey, and just you playing streams out that far in advance? Roughly. Like, if I know that there are games that we want to play on stream, I'll include those, and just so that I know, okay, you know, we have like a week and a half left, so I don't want to get into something too big, but I can do something smaller. And just to give people an idea of like what games we're going to play, and if there are going to be any breaks where we play a game. Some people don't like watching the game streams, understandably. Just depends. I'm gonna try to be better too about including what I'm working on, just for like posterity purposes. And I'm gonna bet we're gonna spend the next week at least working on gameplay CLI. But today was really good. We got a lot of good stuff done. Not a fan of streamers who bounce between games and dev myself. That's understandable. It's understandable. I like playing some stuff on, not everything, but some stuff on stream because it is a good break, prevents burnout, and it's nice to play games similar to ours or in similar genres for like research and you know, what did this game do well? What didn't it do well? I think in August, let me pull up my calendar. I'm not gonna play Wolverine on stream probably, but Blood of Dawnwalker, Stalker 2, fuck yeah, that comes out. I might do some weekend streams of that though. I don't think it'll be long, like as a DLC. If we do like average of 7 hours of gameplay a day, I doubt that would be more than 3, 4. The reason I feel obligated to play the DLC is because I like Stalker. I enjoyed Stalker 2 and we streamed Stalker 2. So I did promise that we would play the DLC if it came out. And I get it for free because I bought the, well, not for free, I bought the deluxe content. Look, I spent more money, I got something for free. We'll settle on 3 days. 21 hours? There's no way it's longer than 21 hours of gameplay, right? Famous last words? Okay, so that's good. Then we have another like week and a half. And then Blood of Dawnwalker comes out. The reason I want to play Blood of Dawnwalker is because I think it is very interesting from the design of the game. It's also a Polish game. I'm a big fan of open world RPGs, and I need to know... Ooh, hot dudes. I need to know if this game handles the time constraints that it's designed well. I worry that it won't. Temu Witcher. We'll see if it's good. You know, if it's bad, we can just stop playing it. I don't really want to spend $70, but we'll see. You know what? We'll see. If it's worth the... If I see like good reviews or early reviews, we'll do it. If not, we'll just work on the game. Because it is going to be a long game. And that would be giving up a lot of time. So it might be something that I play off stream. And tell you guys what I thought about it afterwards. So let's say tentative, we don't know yet. I do apologize though, Unjust, because I will be playing GTA 6 along with the rest of the world. I get a pass for that one, right? I do get a pass for not working on my game while GTA 6 is out. How many days are in September? 30? Maybe if it released for PC on the same date. I think it's console only. So I'll have to bring my PS5 back into my office. My normal PS5. think because of how long I was out for streaming, I probably will just play Blood of Dawnwalker off stream. Unless it's like getting like, I don't know, 95% positive reviews. What are you gonna do? Okay, October. Galactic Racer for sure. I'm not sure if I'll play Enshrouded 1.0 on stream, but I just put these here because I like to remember them on my calendar. Because then I'll try them out at home and see how they are. But Galactic Racer 100% I am playing on stream, or at least a few days. I hate that it's one number off. The only thing we still don't know is whether or not GTA 6 will have like an online mode at launch. We don't know anything about it. We don't know if any of like your money is usable between both games or just you start fresh and screw anything you spent money on or earned in GTA 5, you know, in Los Santos. Just kind of scary considering that's where most of the money from GTA 5 is made. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's single player only on release, but we don't even know any details about online. Which is a little scary. Sometimes I put like the 6th, but sometimes it might be so late for me that I just play it for the first time on the 7th. So, you know, keep in mind that some of these might be the next day, right? Depending on the release times. Europe kind of gets fucked over sometimes with release times. We'll play a few days of that. Oh, I have gameplay CLI for all this. We actually don't know what we're going to be working on after gameplay CLI. Hold on. Okay, November, any games? Oh, yeah, GTA 6. Like, oh yeah, that game. What's the first day of Sunday? Yep, 30 days. We'll just plan out the rest of the year roughly. It's the 19th when it comes out, but I don't think we know the release time yet. And it's on console, which means it may not be a simultaneous release. But I can't imagine the release of GTA 5 not being simultaneous. Can you imagine the uproar? So we're stacked with games for me. GTA 6. Xeno 3. Oh yeah, Xenoblade 3, yeah. MGS4 and PC. True. So it was a pretty good year for games. There were a lot of good releases this year. Okay, look, I don't know how many days, but I'm gonna be honest. safely. I don't know. Hopefully that's not too much jumping between games that, you know, somebody who mainly wants to watch me develop feels a bit disenfranchised. Some months are worse than others. Other months we can just kind of get like a straight shot of development. As for December, there's nothing, but of course we're gonna have holidays. I will probably take off all of this. I will have a vacation coming up soon too, but I don't know when or for how long. But probably in September or October. We can do a GOTY stream this year too. We did that last year. I think that was pretty fun. We'll do a GOTY stream. And we can try bringing back the Kickstarter review streams this month and see how they do. If anybody's curious, we go on Kickstarter, we review all the active video games, and we usually get kind of blasted because of all the AI slop. But sometimes we can usually find like 2 or 3 gems that I think are worth putting your money into. We'll see. Imagine the server crashes as everyone hits play at the same time. Yeah, but like, I mean, there's that, right? Like, either GTA 6 miraculously has a perfect simultaneous launch, which is, there's no way. It is the most anticipated game of all time. It's not going to happen. Or they stagger the release, and some people in different time zones are able to play the game before. That's gonna be horrible. Or the game gets flooded and nobody can play for a long time until they fix the servers, which also people are gonna have problems with. I don't think there's any good solution to it. They know pre-orders, right? And they probably have pretty good estimates of how many people are going to want to play. And it's Rockstar. They have the money to open up a whole bunch of servers. You know what it is? But it's not an online game at launch. So it's not GTA 6's launch is not an issue with servers on Rockstar, but rather download servers on Sony and Microsoft. But they'll probably have a preload for the game, if I had to guess. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this as a setup for what you can expect. We have like a few more days of gameplay CLI, and I hope that we can get a good portion of it done by then. A few days of Stalker. I'll try to stream on the weekend so that way people who are wanting to watch me work on the game aren't going to feel too left out, but just for a few days. One of my favorite franchises, so, you know. It'll be good to do. But then we're back into development. Blood of Dawnwalker, potentially. We'll see. Depends on the reviews for it. But I would like a Q4 release for our new demo, so we are on kind of a bit of a time frame for sharing the new gameplay and making a few levels for it. We don't have a whole lot missing though. And then we can just make some cool levels. As many as we can fit. We'll need audio logs, maybe the locker subsystem, and we need lasers. But I have somebody that will be working on the lasers, so that's not going to be us. Most likely. And then we need some items. So we have like the throwable sticky light, which I'd like to have. And I think that that's working enough to put it in the demo, even though it's very half-assed. We then also have the slow field. That does need to be rewritten to be a bit better, but I think that'll only take us 2 to 3 days maximum for that. We'll have bugs to fix, some polishing, some feedback and user experience to make the game roughly, reasonably playable. And we'll just see what else we can fit in there. But the command line interface is really, I think, our biggest thing, the most biggest thing that we have left to do is this. And I feel pretty positively that after today, we at least will have the first iteration of a good system. I'm going to save this too. Let's download it. Works for me. Alright, let's commit our changes for the day then. What did we do today? Foundational architecture for programs and commands. Primarily on the data side. All right. That's pretty good. I could probably save this too. I made this the CLI design notepad, and I've just been trying new and different things. But I think today I feel pretty confidently that this will work. Alright, I'm pretty good. Anyone got any new interesting topics, or should we just call it a day there and go and get some energy, some food? I didn't see any new gaming news last night. If anybody was playing the new Lord of the Rings game, well, not new, but the remaster. Pedophilia and Christian priests. Yeah, that's a good topic. Is that still happening? It must be still happening, right? I saw Helldivers 2 got an update. Devoid of Liberty. I don't know what that includes. There's a big scandal in your company related to it? Path of Idol. Sandustry. Oh, I know Sandustry. Glad that came out today. I might have to give that a try. Hold on. I saw a UI element that looked like the unchanged survival RPG template from Unreal. Am I crazy? Oh no, it's not unchanged. Never mind. I see that a lot with indie games where they just like buy the survival RPG template on Fab and just call it a day. This one. Remember this interface because you will see it all over Kickstarter and like Steam Slop. I mean, it's a good asset pack, but it bothers me that anybody can just spend a few $100s, buy this, and just throw it into a different map and then say that they have a game. You started the Oblivion remaster and gave up in under 2 hours? Why is that? It is good though. I don't blame people for using this, but I mean, is it used? I don't think so. I didn't see it. Usually Steam is pretty good at filtering out the slop because they prioritize showing games as popular upcoming that have a lot of wish lists and activity. So you usually avoid that. Oh, game name Survival Fountain of Youth. I don't see evidence, but something about it does seem familiar with its interface, but that could just be coincidence. Haven't processed why. I do think that Oblivion, while it has a lot of really good stuff, it is also one of the most unbalanced games that Bethesda's ever made. Especially the leveling system. Enemies just become so tanky, and the difficulty settings are not good. Well, I mean, there's a lot of survival games that I think blend into each other. I don't know. I'm tired of playing open world survival crafting games, to be honest. They have to do something really different for me to be interesting. The next time I'm asked to hit a tree with my fists and make an axe, a stone axe, and then get some bullshit research points to unlock iron gear, and then go to some mining node and hit a some iron ore. I'm tired. It's stop. I've had enough of it. It's like the early game for these games are all the same, and there's like the selling point is there isn't one. It's just like a kind of okay, this world has deities and you can surf on the back of a homeless man. I mean, actually that would be interesting. It's like I don't care. Your game isn't new. It isn't exceptional. As an example of this genre. Not saying that this one isn't, but a lot of them that I try just aren't. Even Power World, I'm sorry, as a survival game, it sucks. There's nothing interesting about the survival aspect of Power World except that you can get your pals to work on your base. And even then, the amount of grind needed to make progress in Power World is really bad. It's not very well balanced. I still enjoyed my time with it, I got all the achievements and everything, but those are my thoughts. I think Power Worlds is a fun game. And the reason it is so successful is because Nintendo, they're stupid and didn't ever release a game like Pokemon on PC. That's the reason why I think Power World is so successful. That and because of Lovander and all the porn that comes from the pals. But I am actually very excited for Pocket Pair's upcoming games with the Power World, you know, like farming and life sim that they're gonna make. And I think they're making a romance game too. Unless those were jokes. They're gonna make a visual novel. No, it's real. It's real. So I mean, they know what they're doing. All right, I can respect it. I respect it. Why make Pokemon Go or license it out or whatever? I don't know what Nintendo was thinking, but it's a Japanese company. The Japanese have very different ways of thinking about these things as like a business. Date depress. I don't know if you can romance Depresso, but they have. I don't know about. Oh my god, they're gonna get some. Oh god. I mean, they might. Will you make friends become lovers or dismantle and eat them? It sounds like Doki Doki Literature Club. Highly recommend if people haven't played this. Alright, look, I'm not going to faff about for any longer. I'm going to go home. I'm going to have some food. But tomorrow we will be on with more gameplay CLI development for Redlock. I appreciate you guys coming out today. I had a lot of fun. We made slow progress, but it was good progress, right? I think we have a good architecture set up for gameplay CLI, which is more than I can say in the past month. And I mean it. If you look at I'm ashamed to show it. I did have a surgery, but I started working on gameplay CLI pretty much right after I fixed the timer, improved our timer. So it's been almost a month that I've been stuck on this, minus a couple weeks. So it'll be good to have that done, and then we can jump into the next big thing, which I don't know what it'll be. Probably audio logs and maybe learning meta sounds. Maybe the locker subsystem, or I don't know. We have a lot of bugs to fix too, so we could fix some bugs. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a nice rest of your day. Cheers. Much love. Thank you for coming out. And Gentleman NZ, thank you for the raid earlier as well. Shout out to him. And if anybody's still around, consider giving us a follow. If you aren't following us already, we stream. Well, we are going to be back to streaming every day. I had a small break, but we're back. And you can enjoy us for mostly game development streams and sometimes some games, depending on my interest and if we need like a small break to avoid burnout. So, cheers guys. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.